They have taken you from the Imperial City's prison, first by carriage, and now by boat, to the east, to Morrowind. Fear not, for I am watchful. You have been chosen.
My gods are strong and true, but even the might of the blades cannot stand against the power that rises to destroy us. Take my amulet, give it to Joffrey, find the last of my blood, and close shut the marble jaws of oblivion.
I have failed. We are divided. In the end, I could not unite us. Our ancient enemy has returned to reclaim the lands that we took from them thousands of years ago. And this time, the people will have to protect themselves. They must find something, anything, to hold on to, and then give their lives in service to it. The Empire depends on it.
Willkommen, bienvenue, privyat, yet annyeonghaseyo, and all the other ways that anyone might greet anybody from any other culture, language, or something. So, welcome to CreationCon. Let me see. How does this work? It is Creation ModCon 2022. It's amazing. It's one number more than last year. Anyway, this is day 2. I'm Trendane, and I will be your guide to this first part of day 2, and we can promise as much of a packed day as day 1 was yesterday. So let us not dither or tarry or dilly or dally or anything like that as we look at what we have in store for day 2. Now, as we begin the second day with the Beyond Skyrim showcase, this time we're going to focus on the Iliac Bay and Cyrodiil and seeing what advances are taking place in these two exciting provinces. And then by the way, all these times I'm about to list are UTC, so if you live in other time zones, please feel free to do your calculations. At 4:50 p.m. UTC, not 4:50 in the morning, but 4:50 or 16:50 UTC, we will have our first of 2 special reveals where we promise a wild and verdant look at an upcoming release. Then, at 5 p.m. UTC, or what is that, 1700? I haven't had any kind of discussions with math in many, many years. We're going to take your questions from the chat for our Beyond Skyrim Q&A, where we will field as many questions as humanly possible, or possibly as Khajiitly possible. We'll see. Then part 1 of day 2 ends with our Recreating Cyrodiil segment, where developers from Beyond Skyrim Cyrodiil and Skyblivion will discuss, kind of cross-project collaborations and more. We then return at 16:30 p.m. Not 16:30 p.m. That doesn't make any sense. But 16:30. No, it's not. It's 18:30. See, math. 18:30 or 6:30 p.m. UTC for a short break, and then we'll have the incredible Skyblivion showcase that's sure to make even the jaws of oblivion drop in awe, which sounds very dangerous. But anyway, then at 19:20 UTC or 7:20 p.m., our final special reveal of Creation ModCon, and it will have you thrashing in your chair in delight. We promise. We promise. In fact, you will probably have many questions at this point, so make sure you fire them into chat, because at 19:30 UTC or 7:30 p.m. UTC, it's the Skyblivion Q&A with all your answers. Every answer, all of them, even if it's, shut up. Trust me, it'll be great. And then we conclude Creation ModCon 2022 with humble beginnings at 8 p.m. UTC or... that's some number, Yeah, okay, you do the math. I'm not going to do math anymore. I hate it. Where developers from throughout the mod community will discuss their passion. And they're fitting into just a glorious day and a wonderful weekend. So let's not waste any more time with my hatred of math and everything else. Let's get straight into Creation ModCon Day 2.
Hello. We have some pretty cool stuff to show today, so I hope you're all excited. I am Garfield. I'm the creative director for Beyond Skyrim Iliac Bay. Yes, these are the middle class bits of clothing. This is one of the many really cool harvestables you're going to be finding in High Rocks forests and more than just forest.
It seems my mic was not working for a second there, but I believe you can all hear me now. Just to reiterate, I am Arcane Impact. I am the writing director for Beyond Skyrim Iliac Bay, and I am also here.
Welcome.
Sorry about that. Anyway, as we continue our look through High Rock,
We are starting here in the Tolburn Woods in the Kingdom of Faron.
which is some of the lowlands of the High Rock area, especially as compared to the other portion of 3K, Johanna. And we can see here some of our wonderful Breton castle set.
Yeah, you'll be finding castles like this dotting really the entirety of High Rock. Standing as a good testament to their ingenuity and construction of the Bretons.
And right now we've gotten attacked by some worm mouths, one of the many beasts that are going to be inhabiting the forests of Faron and the rest of eastern High Rock.
If you've played Shadowkey, you should be remembering these guys.
Yeah, slightly less polygonal than they were on the end gauge.
Some of the more astute of you might have noticed that they currently sound like wolves. Trust me, we're going to be giving them proper sound effects later on.
Yes, there's also no music currently going because we're still getting music set up in this area.
There's a lot to show, but there's very much a lot to still do.
Oh, of course. I'm also going to go ahead and pick up this.
We have another...
winter.
Yeah, we have a few more of the harvestables you find. There's winter chanterelle and there's holly bushes.
More black rose dotted around. Oh.
Here's a bandit come to stop us on the road.
One of the many that infest especially the Faron area. And with the orcish history of the area, quite a few of the orcs have turned to banditry due to just not being very well accepted amongst the local Faron people. I mean, the place was once a orcish stronghold, and that really hasn't endeared them very well to the Bretons now living in the area. Let's take a look at this guy's armor, though, now that we have it. Some of our lovely lower class leather armor.
Yes, this is the leather armor which you'll be getting in High Rock.
Yes. As well as a steel war axe.
We're just going to continue down the forest path for a bit here.
Yes, the Farron Woods have a lot of these winding paths throughout many levels. You can see there's the sheer amount of elevation going on.
I'm going to take this time to answer a couple of the questions that we've seen.
Please do.
Umbra has asked us if Wayrest is the largest settlement of High Rock, or is it Daggerfall? The answer is Daggerfall.
Mm-hmm.
Daggerfall is the biggest city in High Rock. Goat Unicorn asks if we'll be able to find Orsinium in Iliac Bay. Yes, Orsinium will be in Hammerfell.
Yes, we will. And it will be 4th of Orsinium, so not one that we have seen before in any of the games.
Polgado asks, will the events of Daggerfall be mentioned in the mod? Yes, they very much will.
Absolutely. As well as the events of Shadowkey, we are referencing quite highly. And Redguard. There's been many games in the Iliac Bay area, and we're taking a lot of inspiration from many of them.
Yeah, the Iliac Bay is fairly well represented, but a lot of it is quite new to see.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen bits and pieces, but we're hoping with Beyond Skyrim to show you the full Monty, as it were.
Yeah, it hasn't quite been represented in one complete package yet. Let's go a little bit off the beaten path here and take a look at what's around.
Check out this smaller forest path.
You can see the great variety of just brush and undergrowth throughout all of the Farron forests.
Yeah, the forests of Farron are quite thick and quite dense, and depending on the weather, a little bit spooky, a little bit moody.
It can be. You can see a little bit of fog rolling in.
This is probably one of the rare, clear, sunny days you'll get in Farron. For the most part, it's rain and fog and storms.
And you can see we're approaching a standing stone now. We don't have a unique model for those, but we do plan to include equivalent effects to these standing stones in Iliac Bay.
You can see here the Dunlane Tundra, which makes up a good section of Farron, and just up to the right you can see the Raven Fells, another section of southern Farron.
And even further up to the left here are the beginnings of Johanna Kingdom, a much snowier area that sort of lords above the rest of Farron, which is reflected in their sort of political dealings as well. Johanna is a city of artists, sort of looking down on Farron as a sort of rough and tumble city of sailors and thieves.
Yes. Farron is very much a kingdom with, 3 histories that sort of converge into a very austere and sorrowful city.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. It was once ruled over by the Durrani hegemony, which was a, brutal dictatorship which enslaved a whole bunch of, most of the Bretons in the area, until they were ousted in the First Era. And then it briefly became an Orcish stronghold, And now it is a Breton-held kingdom, ostensibly within the ranks of any other.
Right. While we make our way back to the road, I'm going to ask a couple more questions that we have. Dragon Riker asks, will the ruins of the past 3 Orsiniums be featured? Yes, yes they will. First Orsinium, probably not, but we do have plans for the ruins of second and third Orsinium.
It has been a long, long time since first Orsinium. And the Bretons are not people to leave, ruins standing for simple posterity purposes.
Asks, will Iliac Bay add new Orcish armors and weapons? We can't promise anything on that front yet, but the plan is very much to make some new ones by the time we get to Orsinium.
We've had some very interesting concepts thrown around. Nothing I want to get specific about yet, but I think people looking
here we can see the headland or peninsula where we just were at the Standing Stone to give you a good idea of scale.
And one of the many wonderful vistas that you're going to be able to see throughout High Rock. Really is a picturesque area.
Somebody asks if the LOD is still WIP, I see. Yes. LOD is... It's updated really every couple of weeks.
And, as much level design as we have gotten done, there are still plenty of pieces left to do.
Yeah.
Right now we're moving into Dun Lane, a small Bredic village. Which many Skyrim players will know due to the Augur of Dun Lane, which is reflective of the village's long history in divination and mysticism. And you can see some of the various clutter that we have. Some wooden cups, jugs. All just small pieces that help bring High Rock to life.
Yeah. Dun Lane is a very typical sort of, tiny farming hamlet. There'll be many villages just like this throughout the province.
Oh, you can see that fog really has started to roll in.
Yeah,
we're getting a little more...
The weather has started to get worse.
This is more typical of what you would see around most of the Farron region. Oh, and speaking of typical...
Here is a wereball. You'll be seeing quite a few of these.
Yeah, they are a known nuisance to much of the people of High Rock. And by nuisance, I mean very deadly.
Yeah, they are a bit of a problem in High Rock, just as werewolves are in Skyrim. Right, we are slowly approaching the Ravenfells, which are notably craggier and a bit more forested than the open Dun Lane tundra.
You can see the very apparent elevation going on. I mean, High Rock is named so for a good reason.
and we are fast approaching one of the smaller Breton crypts and the town of Carthgran.
Yes, one of the walled towns of High Rock that you'll see dotted throughout the landscape.
We aren't going to be showing you Carthgran today, but we are going to be showing you the graveyard.
Mm-hmm. Burial rites are very important to the Bredic people, and it's something that we've put a lot of care and detail into. Let's go ahead and take a look inside. It's a little dark, though.
These ruins can get yeah. Let's use a bit of candlelight to help, light the place up a little.
There you go. And now you can see the wonderful detailing on this set.
Breton crypts just like this something you'll be delving into quite regularly. Just like the Nordic ruins in Skyrim, or the Iliad ruins in Cyrodiil.
And they're not without their share of dangers, including these wights, which have been risen from the Bredic graves. Well, much against their normal burial rites. As Bretons really don't like their corpses being meddled with.
No. We should take a look at some of the unique weapons that they're holding.
Absolutely. You can see some of this ancient Bredic styling on this war axe. And I believe there's a sword as well. There it is. Reminiscent of the, very rich style that you would see in modern Bretons, but definitely a bit more archaic. Take a look at some other parts of this absolutely lovely set.
These crypts are a good sort of window into the ancient High Rock.
Looks like we're getting into a bit of a larger chamber. I'm gonna make myself ready. And these whites are not without their champions, as you can see from this white king.
Yes, these crypts were really to hold people of any level of importance in High Rock, including the ancient kings.
Yes, the Durrani originally mandated all Bretons to be cremated, and once they lost power, most Bretons went back to their Nedic traditions of, protecting their dead against necromancy. And burying every one of them. Oh, and this king has a very nice greatsword on him. Let's go ahead and take that.
That he does.
Very nice. And while we don't have a unique chest for these ruins yet, we do have a couple of bits of interesting loot for them. Including a new spell. And a very nice steel mace. and I think we're about done here. Wouldn't you
Yeah.
say?
I'd say so. Let's take one last little look at the grandiose halls of the Breton crypts.
We've had a lot done in the past little bit, in the past year, Iliac Bay, but we've still got a lot more to do. And if you're interested in joining us, Iliac Bay is looking for new writers, 3D artists, level designers, and implementers.
We have worked on a lot, and we've shown a lot.
Oh yeah.
But we know you've all tuned in to see some cool stuff, and we have one last little thing to show you.
Oh yes we do. Stay tuned.
How does anyone become a criminal? Perhaps the gods simply dislike us from birth. First, they gave you skills. They taught me to sail and to fight. Guided me to a life at sea. Then they decide whether an honest life will have you, or if you must scrape and claw for any life at all. When the Empire made peace with the Falmor, they lost the respect of all of Hammerfell. Now both Crown and Forebear spit on the Empire's abandoned forts to keep their hate strong. The men of Kespar would rather push this one into the sea than reclaim or rebuild it. Their loss, my gain. This sea is an untamable dragon. It rages and storms, tossing the treasures and horrors that lie below onto these little islands. Someone like you might make use of such things. Do you hear that siren song? The call of the waves. The Abyssian awaits.
All right, everybody. I hope that that was thrilling for all of you, as it was for me. So now we've talked to the folks from Iliac Bay, and we're moving on to talking to the people from not Skyrim, no, beyond Skyrim. It is well beyond Skyrim, a little bit beyond, kind of just south. Cyrodiil. How are you Cyrodiilic folks doing today?
Hiya. Doing good.
Okay, good.
So today we're jumping straight into it. This is a little bit more of a focused showcase than some of the other ones. It's just a little thing because we've been showing off a lot of stuff in Cyrodiil already. We're going to do a little quest in Nibony, and we're going to explore this little town of Mothlight. Just a like a very focused little video. I'm Ria. I'm the narrative director, one of the narrative directors on Cyrodiil, and I've got Bellatrix and Mr. JD Chi. Do you want to introduce yourselves?
Yes, hi, I am Bellatrix, so I'm one of the co-leads for Beyond Skyrim Cyrodiil, and I also work in Dungeons and Interiors.
Hi, I'm Mr. JDT, and I am the exterior lead for Beyond Skyrim Cyrodiil.
Cool. So we're jumping straight into this. One thing to note straight away is that the voice acting that you can hear is not actually voice acting. It's AI-generated voice lines, which will obviously be replaced by proper voice acting in the final product, but it's just to give you a idea of, so that we can actually hear people talking to us and give us an idea of the quests and stuff. But we've arrived in Mothlight, which is a small town halfway between Bravil and Leowyn. You might have seen it on the map at the start. And it's one of the towns that we really wanted to kind of showcase a bit of the Nibonese culture. There's a lot of that culture that we wanted to really dive into. And there's a lot of weird and wonderful things in this town that you probably might be looking at already.
Most of us were killed or were taken away.
Yeah, we added Mothlight because in lore, like the Nibonese mentioned as this kind of highway basically through Cyrodiil with tons of like towns and villages and stuff. So we've really tried to build upon that piece of lore, because in Oblivion there was like Water's Edge and that was about it. So we've added a few small towns, like Mothlight's one of them. We have a few other ones like the Cadlu Chapel. That was just a single church in Oblivion is now its own small town, which if you watched our Bravil stream, we visited there. So we've really kind of, wanted to bring Nibonais more to life and make it this rather interesting place. So it's not just this empty wilderness. There's a lot of people to meet and see and talk to and quest with and, have a bit of fun.
Yeah, especially because we've got so many settlements in Colovia. We wanted to make sure that there was just as many in Nibonais. And yeah, this one is you can see we've tried to kind of really drill down into what like the quintessentially Nibonese culture and explore that a little bit. You can see they've got face paintings on some of them. That woman that we just spoke to indoors was a battle mage as well, or a retired noble mage, I believe, of some kind. And yeah, and these people are Nibonese through and through.
A newcomer. Well met.
They've got different clothing. So if you played through Bremer or saw our recent Skingrad walkthrough, you might notice that a lot of the clothes are quite different, and that's again just playing on the different split between the cultures.
We're jumping straight into a quest here as well. We're going to do one quest over the course of this showcase, just to showcase the little town. And this one involves this man, Ganius Piranhas, who the villagers in this town believe is a powerful saint, a living saint, though some other people might have some other conflicting ideas about that. And he's asking us to do a favor to retrieve some potions from the Renregia Kryn, which are in the area, which you might know from elsewhere, are kind of a Khajiit faction that bleed into Cyrodiil. One of the advantages of working really closely with elsewhere is obviously that we can kind of collaborate on this kind of stuff, which is really nice.
If I were you, I'd check at one of their camps south of here. They were last seen headed that way. I'm not worried about how you get the potions back, but I'll be in a
one of the other big differences between Oblivion's Blackwood and our Blackwood is we've tried to, I don't know if you noticed when we're outside, we've made it a lot more swampy. Boardwalks and things like that the villagers used to get around, compared to Oblivion, where a lot of it was on the land. So we've really tried to big up that kind of swampy feel, and as you can see outside, there's water everywhere. It's wet. We've kept the tree types that you saw in Oblivion, but we've really kind of heightened the experience, kind of thing.
So right now we're getting warned by Corlia, this witch who lives in the village, to not trust Ganius, because she believes him to be a fraud, basically. This quest, we're going to have a choice at the end of how we resolve it. There's going to be a three-way choice. So again, that goes back to our quest philosophy that we talked about before of trying to offer a meaningful choice, even in the smallest of quests, wherever we can. Not every quest is going to end up like that, but this is a great showcase for it.
I think one of the things we've tried to do is give a few more options for role players. I personally hate all the quests in Skyrim where you're kind of forced down one path where there's a few quests I've only played once and my character would never do that. So I'll avoid doing that quest, whereas hopefully most of the quests we write do have a few options for sort of changing the outcome depending on what choices your character makes.
We can see a good little look at where we're just about where we are on the edge of the Niben. This is a shrine as well, tended by this this moth priest, which we've got here.
I once spent a year doing nothing but studying the patterns on their wings.
That's another aspect of like the Nibelese culture we really wanted to bring in, isn't it? The kind of spiritual side of it. So different towns and different peoples will have kind of, although many of them believe in the Eight, they'll also believe in various like water spirits and various other kind of gods and spirits and things. They're a lot more spiritual people than, say, the Colovians are. That's something we really wanted to bring in because you don't really get much of that in Oblivion. So we do really look at the lore sources and kind of reintroduce those where it makes sense and where we think it gels with what was seen in Oblivion and wasn't completely out there.
So we're on our way to the Renregiacrin camp now to retrieve these potions for this supposed living saint. The friendly witch of the village has warned us that these potions are the source of this supposed saint's power, and so she wants us to expose him as a fraud. And first of all, we have to retrieve the potions, and then we can decide what we want to do with them, whether we want to give them back to him, back to her, or expose him as a fraud to the family that have taken him in. So
I'm not an expert, but he did seem a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, I think it's I think it's fairly obvious, but you still get the choice. It might be for the greater good to let people believe in him. Who knows?
That's very deep. That's deeper than my playthroughs ever go.
Got a really nice shot here of the jungle, jungle Cyrodiil.
Yeah,
it's here.
Yeah, it's something we wanted to lean really into. We didn't want to just kind of copy what Oblivion did. No offense to Skyblivion, I know you're taking it in your own direction, but we, kind of took our direction and kind of, looked at Oblivion and went, we can do better. We can bring it in line with what was mentioned before. We didn't want to go crazy, so it felt like a completely different place, but it now feels, like its own kind of distinct biome compared to Oblivion, where it was a lot of haze, trees, and grass.
That is one of the nice things about Beyond Skyrim as well. So we can do a lot more blending of biomes. So obviously this will lead into Black Marsh, so it's definitely getting a bit more sort of marshy and swampy, because you don't suddenly transition to Begonia and it's kind of like, oh, it's a swamp now. That's one thing that I think the Bethesda games can't really do, because it's just a province in isolation, but all our border regions do sort of have a bit of cultural blending between Cyrodiil and whichever border that they're alongside. So hopefully you saw that in the Skingrad trailer as well, but obviously this is a lot more swampy because it's near Argania.
This one deserves his praise, if anything, for such a skillful death.
Isn't it?
This one would be amused, but the pleasure of drinking away Genny's power pleases him better. Impressive. This one will live like a king with such riches. Take them and leave.
Such riches. 68 gold.
Yeah, leveled gold.
Seems very happy though.
Yeah, he's happy with it. You could see there as well, just talking about that cultural blend, that was a camp for the Renrija Kryn, so rather than just a standard bandit camp, we've repurposed some assets from elsewhere to give us like a proper nice feel. That's one of the major advantages of working on like a project with loads of other teams, is we can steal and blend and do all kinds of stuff. So that Renrija Kryn camp had some lovely assets that made it feel a bit more elsewhere-y. It's courtesy of Elsewhere, not us. But hopefully whenever you're playing any of the projects, even if you're not playing them together, you will still feel like it's part of a larger world.
Though why you wouldn't want to have everything installed at the same time, I don't know.
So we couldn't persuade the Khajiit, but we managed to bribe him into giving us the potions back. And now we're heading back to town and we're going to make our decision about what we're going to do with them. Just having another quick look at the map as well to show you roughly where we are between Bravil and Leowin, right on the banks of the Niven. So this whole area is very, very big and vast, as you can see. So hopefully people will have a lot of fun exploring these jungles, because they are chock full of settlements, quests, and dungeons and all kinds of wonderful things to find. And the atmosphere, the atmosphere on them is just incredible. It's really, really good. And that's thanks to JGT and his landscaping team. So
yeah, I'm really I'm really proud of the landscapers we've got, because they've really kind of turned. Back when I joined Beyond Skyrim, this area, we tried doing it with the region generation, and it really just didn't work. But like doing it by hand has created this really wonderful jungle feel, which really taps into, what Nibene should be, basically.
I love the sound effects as well.
Yeah.
You hear them in the background, the water, the birds and stuff. It's amazing.
Every time I go around,
as well.
yeah, every time I go around Cyrodiil, I end up with a massive smile on my face, just because even if I'm not doing a quest or something to try that out, it's the amount of work we've put in and kind of how it looks just brings a smile to my face. I'm super proud of what everyone on the team's done, really.
We've got a ruined mage tower there that was mentioned earlier in the showcase, and we've also got the ferry, which is really, really cool. So we've got a lot more fast travel options other than just the carriages, which you might have seen in one of our previous videos. We've got the ferries, which work as well, and that's a big part of Nibenese culture that we really another thing that we wanted to include. They work just like carriages, except they take you to various coastal places along the Niven, which is very cool. And there is actually a quest involving a very specific quest involving the ferrymen, which is really cool, which we're not looking at today, but yeah.
I guess we have some hard choices to make now. Who do we give the potions to?
Exactly, so we're back in town and we can either give them to the witch, or we can give them to, and she'll use them for her own ends. We can give them back to the man who asked for them, and everything will go back as it was. Or we can give them to the people in this town who are helping the saint and expose him. I think we're going to expose him. I think that's what we're going to do, but we have to wait until daytime to speak to them. Just taking another quick look around as well while we wait for them to come out of their house.
So these orange trees are actually a bit of a placeholder, because Mothlight is called Mothlight because it actually kind of farms moths for their silk.
Yeah, so those are going to be mulberry trees, aren't they? Hopefully.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is another one of those things that was lost in Oblivion a little bit.
These people seem very lazy and not want to get up today.
Yes, so I think we're going to have to break in.
Well, it is a Sunday.
It's Morndas, actually.
Sunday for us.
Well, The quest was working perfectly up until this point, so, something had to go wrong. So.
It wouldn't be one of our streams if it did.
You're not
If everything goes right, it's not fun.
That's okay, they've all come out now. We just had to break it. We had to open the door and let them out.
They lost their own keys.
So we're going to speak to the mother of the family and we're going to expose him, I think.
Or the door's going to push you away.
What? That's a lie, a blasphemous lie. I'll hear no more of such talk from you, do you understand? Lady Emily acts like she owns the town, but her family doesn't rule anything anymore. All she has is her house in that Daedra. Swamp monsters, half man, half crab, half kraken, billies. They breathe the lightning and eat human flesh. Lady Emily insists on using the mage's name for them. Sounded something like drakes or dregs. Whatever you call them, keep your eyes peeled and your legs ready to run. You expect me to believe that Genius has been fooling us this whole
It's a little
time?
hint for some of the monsters that we're hoping to have later in the future.
Oh my, I feel wonderful. Wait a moment, you're right. It's the same feeling. Why, I never. We paid this
Oh,
man
someone's
kindness
just said
and
in
this is
chat
how
the
he
voice
repays us? Deception. Come
mod
with
is
me.
really
I
bad.
believe someone has some
It's just
explaining to do.
AI generated placeholder voice lines for now. It's all obviously going to be recorded by voice actors, but that won't happen until we're just about ready to release, just to make sure it's all consistent. So just for playtesting purposes at the moment we use AI generated voice lines, but they are very much uncanny valley. It always freaks me out slightly listening to them.
Yeah, it just makes it easier for us to test stuff, really, and to get an idea of things. And
Genius,
That's
you
close,
deceptive
but
pile
not
of
quite
garbage.
right.
You fed us nothing but lies.
Fabia, you don't understand. The witch is trying to trick you. She brewed those potions.
Except you were looking for this potion not long ago. It's the actual source of your power. You've been slipping it in our food.
You took everything we had, you fraud, poisoner, heretic.
I had a feeling this was coming to pass. I came to try and stop it, but it seems I'm too late. Fine. This filthy town can sink into the swamp for all I care.
Don't return if you value your life.
a bit funny that they all just walk away like that, but we'll do something about that. But yeah, that's it. I hope you really enjoyed just this kind of very small little showcase of Nibene and one of the quests we've got. We've got hundreds and hundreds of quests in this mod, so this is just a very, very, very small slice of the pie, as it were. But we wanted to just show you something that was we thought would be a nice little representation of some of the stuff we've done this year.
Welcome to Valenwood. We're glad you could join us as we take a look at the diverse and varied home of the Wood Elves, as well as the Elder Scrolls Valenwood project itself. When picturing Valenwood, you might be imagining huge trees with leafy canopies, tall pines and ancient oaks. You might think of nimble Bosmer darting through the forest, bows at the ready. And you'd be right, to a point. But Valenwood is far more intriguing than that, I assure you. Valenwood's diversity is unparalleled, a fact highlighted by the inclusion of the lowlands known as Reaper's March and the North Wood in our pre-release. The core pre-release region of Arenthia Hills borders both Cyrodiil and elsewhere. Towering cliffs overlook wild grassland, caves burrow deep into the rock, and the region contains multiple alien ruins to explore. After centuries of neglect, these ruins hold dangers and mysteries only the bravest can uncover. Our primary city within the pre-release is the bustling trade hub of Arenthia, a cosmopolitan haven mixing Bosmer, Khajiit, and Imperial culture. It is a city of sharp contrasts, a place of hope for many, one which hides lies and corruption beneath a veneer of sophisticated charm. The Dominion reigns supreme, Yet outside influences have coloured the opinions of many elves, some of whom value their trading relations with the Empire more highly than their Dominion loyalty. The Bosmer inhabitants of Valenwood are split into two large categories. Those who have adopted the ways of the Aldmeri Dominion, and to some extent, the Empire, are known as Cosmopolitan Bosmer. Their adherence to the ancient customs such as the Green Pact is, shall we say, flexible. On the other hand, tribal Bosmer are stern adherents to tradition and keep the old ways alive. They are considered fearsome opponents by any outsider who dares approach. From the beasts that hide in the wood to the ever-present danger of the dreaded wild hunt, Bosmer contend with more than their fair share of peril. But not all creatures are hostile, and the province contains wondrous beings found nowhere else. The Bosmer have learned to coexist with their fantastical neighbours, but a stranger to the wood might find it a bit more difficult to adapt. The Elder Scrolls Valenwood project embraces all the diverse aspects of this fascinating province, delving deep into existing lore, as well as creating fresh in-house lore that brings new life to this often neglected region of Tamriel. We also benefit from a strong working relationship with Beyond Skyrim elsewhere, and with the Alinor project, which allows for essential collaboration within the Dominion provinces. With the help of talented writers, artists, implementers, and designers, we are already well on our way to bringing you a pre-release comparable to Beyond Skyrim Bruma. As you can see, our 2D and 3D departments have crafted the first of several armors that will be available in-game. Thanks to our team of dedicated writers, the Elder Scrolls Valenwood pre-release is on track to be entirely written, edited, and ready to implement by mid-September 2022. As you can see, the team has been very busy crafting over 100 NPCs and dozens of quests, as well as in-game literature and skill books. Our team is also working on new creature models, a few of which will be incorporated into the pre-release, with far more featured in the main release. These range from centaurs to satyrs, giant bats to wood orcs, and will make Valenwood a province like no other. Meanwhile, level designers are examining the structures of new building types such as Khajiit houses and, of course, tribal architecture that reflects a society where wood can't be used. We are always welcoming new and talented recruits. In particular, we are interested in 3D artists specializing in creatures or vegetation, and concept artists skilled in architectural drawing, but any modders with the skill set to lend a hand are welcome. If you're not yet sure if you have the chops to help out, look into the Arcane University, where you can learn every discipline from experienced modders. Our project is built on collaboration and creativity, so if you feel you can add to Valenwood, please submit an application. We look forward to welcoming you onto our team, and to bringing everyone this wonderful game. Thank you so much for listening, and please, if you have questions, now is the time to ask.
Actually, when we were getting ready to do that reveal at the very beginning, I was probably talking to nobody because I kind of screwed up my transition. I was like, wait a minute, they're already... and now I'm hearing myself because I've got the stream running. Anyway, there, muted myself in myself thing. But here we are for the Valenwood reveal. And obviously, as we stated before, if you guys have questions, please feel free to ask. And I am joined by Mr. Rob C. Wilson.
Hello.
And Mr. JGT.
Hello.
All right, gentlemen, talk to me.
What would you
or
like
them?
to know?
Yeah. I don't know. I actually probably talk to them. I already know, but nothing.
So yes, we are the leads of the newly promoted Beyond Skyrim Valenwood team, and we're here to answer any questions that you may or may not have. I can see some already. Do you want to read them out to us, Trendane, or shall I just read them out?
Oh, God. Okay, I guess I should do something to earn my paycheck. Anyway, so from Mr. Plumrich, we have, will the trees walk?
Unfortunately, no, the trees will not be walking. During the Oblivion Crisis, this is proper law, the tree, well, Falanesti itself rooted, and we're taking that all the trees kind of rooted due to the threat to Tamriel at the time. And for whatever reason, they have yet to start walking. So maybe that's something we'll touch on. Maybe it's not. You'll have to find out.
Which, from a gameplay perspective, is an absolute godsend because walking trees in Skyrim would be disastrous. It would be so difficult to implement badly, let alone well, that it's just as well that they don't walk. Quite honestly.
Maybe they're still stretching, getting ready.
Maybe they are. They're warming up. Yeah, I mean they're trees after all. Yeah.
From Delicious Nuts, we have, will there be any naked wood elves?
Well, we can't say conclusively that there won't be any, but they will almost definitely normally have clothes on. Yes.
There is a dance shawl which traditionally is worn with nothing underneath, but we probably won't make that too graphic. So they probably will be wearing something or it will be hidden that they're wearing nothing underneath.
All right. Next question, also from Mr. Plumridge. Will the Bosmer get their horns back?
Yeah, we've made it so the Bosmer having horns is tied very much into their kind of religious kind of piety. So those who are more following the Green Pact and in tune with Y'ffre, they have got horns, whereas those that have, kind of fallen from that path a little bit, don't have horns. So that's why all the ones you see in Skyrim don't have horns, is because they've left Valenwood and don't properly follow the Green Pact, etc., etc. So yeah, and some rich people pretend that they have horns by having little headdresses with them on to pretend that they're more pious than they actually are, because that's what people like to do when they know that that's a status thing.
And we just hit it. Okay, there it is. All right, so from Parchment 543, is the dense and tall forest a performance consideration?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Without a shadow of a doubt, yes.
We've got some workarounds that we're going to kind of are our big kind of technical challenges to kind of work through. Exactly how we do that yet, we're going to, try to do some clever ways to have that dense foliage and dense canopy, but not, mean that everyone can only play the game at a frame a second.
Yeah.
Or with my previous computer, 1 second per frame.
Yes.
So from Matt Rebich, we have how much overlap is there between previous Beyond Skyrim team members and the Valenwood team?
Oh, I can answer this one. So almost none. So one of the biggest considerations that we had when we were preparing to apply to join Beyond Skyrim was that exact point, because the biggest concern about new teams joining is that it is a drain on existing teams. So before the writing team joined us from at Mora, we had about not more than 90% of people in the team had never been in modding, let alone were in Beyond Skyrim. So there is very little overlap. Obviously, now that we are part of Beyond Skyrim, more Beyond Skyrim modders are joining the team, but the answer is very little indeed.
From Floyd Vincent, will we get race-based dialogue like with Faendal? Will we be greeted as a fellow Bosmer?
Yeah, though, one thing Beyond Skyrim as a whole tries to do is more dialogue based on many of the choices you take. So that's one of the first choices you make when you play the game, is who you're going to play as, and therefore the dialogue that you receive should reflect on that.
We got one here from Dragon Riker. Will cannibalism be a thing?
It's already a thing, isn't it, in Skyrim? So it's going to be expanded upon, which I'm sure Mr. JGT can help me out with. But yes, it's definitely going to be a thing.
Yeah, obviously a big part of the Bosmer kind of cultural element is their following of what's called the meat mandate, where if they kill anyone or anything, they have to eat it within 3 days. So it's one reason why Bosmer aren't big on wars, but generally speaking, if you annoy a Bosma too much, they might kill you and eat you. So, be careful who you're talking to and what you say in Valenwood.
I mean, it's, recycling and not abandoning things. Okay. Let's see. Do we, I guess we should go ahead and transition now to our next bit of thing, which is the Beyond Skyrim Q&A, or no. That's what we were just doing, wasn't it?
We've just had the Valenwood QA. Now
okay, no, we do
Skyrim.
need the Beyond Skyrim. Okay, right. So we're going to jump to, wow, see, this is why I'm usually a voice actor and not a master of ceremonies, because I'm a professional. Professional what? Who knows? Okay, so we're going to jump to the Beyond Skyrim Q&A right. And lo and behold, here we are. Isn't that cool? It's so smooth. It's like a well-oiled, deep-fried green tomato or something, which probably involves a lot of whatever. It doesn't matter how much oil is involved.
Dwemer construct. There you go.
Okay, cool. Those are the ones that don't spray sparks all over everything and set your robes on fire, which I definitely appreciate. So we are here now to do the thing that I talked about a moment ago with the Iliac Bay and Cyrodiil Q&A from all the questions that we have gathered together for from you, chat. And still, if you have more questions, feel free to put them into the thing, and we will try to fill them in as we go. We have with us Bellatrix, we have Garfield, we have Mr. JGT, and we have Ria with us to answer your questions.
And me, Arcane Impact.
All right, let's start with an Iliac Bay question. Oh, yes. And Mr. Arcane Impact, who I keep forgetting. It's like you've been muted for so much of the thing that Anyway, so we'll start with an Iliac Bay question from Niller1. Will there be more custom animations for Three Kingdoms with the new breakthrough?
Yes, we've been looking at the new custom animations very excitedly for some particular creatures within Iliac Bay. Our current focus, at least for Three Kingdoms, is on getting dragonlings working. No promises, but that's what we're focusing on currently.
Cool. Gonna go with the next. We have a lot more questions for Iliac Bay, so I will filter in some of the Cyrodiil questions. But first, another one for Iliac Bay from Umbra: Is Wayrest the largest settlement of High Rock, or is it Daggerfall?
Daggerfall.
Yeah, 100%.
Daggerfall is. Wayrest and Daggerfall are very much rival cities, but Daggerfall takes the cake for the biggest city, not just in High Rock, but for the whole Iliac Bay region.
All right, one for the Cyrodiil team. Unfortunately, the name is Russian, and I don't read Cyrillic, so I don't know how to pronounce this. But the question is, Cyrodiil will be centered around the power struggle regarding the heir to the Emperor. What if the player hasn't killed the Emperor during the Skyrim storyline?
Yeah, so this is something that we went over a lot. This is something that, since we came up with the idea for this storyline, we've had to wrestle with. But essentially, the Emperor will die, whether by your hand or someone else's. Essentially, at the start of the questline, the Emperor will die and create a power vacuum. If you haven't already killed him yourself, then someone else will kill him. This will mean that you can no longer do the Dark Brotherhood questline, but there will be a warning in the game when that is about to happen, to let you know that you're about to lock off some vanilla content to yourself. That's the best compromise, basically, that we could do. But it should work. We're taking a lot of effort to make sure it works in terms of what's the word I'm looking for? Consistency, and depending on whether you've started the questline or not, and all this kind of thing, it should feed into the main questline of Cyrodiil in a way that makes sense. There won't be any plot holes. We've worked very hard to make sure of that.
Nice. From Goat Unicorn for Iliac Bay, will we be able to find Orsinium in Beyond Skyrim, Iliac Bay?
Yes, I believe.
Yes.
I believe we touched upon this during the walkabout, that we will be including 4th Orsinium in Iliac Bay, as well as ruins of at least 2nd and 3rd Orsinium. 1st Orsinium, it's been a very long time since then, and it's very likely that that area has been kind of built over.
Right.
Yeah.
You
4th Orsinium. 4th Orsinium, you will find it nestled in the mountains between Hammerfell and Skyrim.
It's in the Dragon Tales, correct?
I'm not sure if it's the Dragon Tail. I think it's the Dragon Tales. Yeah.
I believe so. Yeah.
Alrighty. From Folgado, will the events that happened in Daggerfall be mentioned in the mod?
Absolutely.
Well,
I mean, it had a huge effect on the, surrounding area of the Iliac Bay. I don't know if we're going to specifically mention the, it's kind of weird with the Dragon Break as to what actually happened and didn't happen within the climax of Daggerfall, but you will see the effects of some of that.
Yeah. It's hard to sort of promise that specific events will be mentioned when the majority of High Rock hasn't been written. It's down to a writer if they want an NPC to sort of mention Yegarthan or any of that stuff. But the warp in the West has had a very profound effect on the political landscape of High Rock.
From Frying Pan, and I just lost my place. There it is. How much of the main quest has been thought of? Is the writing finished?
For Iliac Bay, we are still relatively early in the writing process. The main quest we're kind of poking at ideas for, but we actually don't have a set structure for it yet. And if you are a writer who's interested in helping us out, please apply.
There are plans for the main quest, although writing, obviously we're focused on writing Three Kingdoms. We want to get Three Kingdoms out, and we want to have you all playing it, having fun, before we really start to dive into the full Iliac Bay release. It makes sense to sort of take it bit by bit,
I was thinking a main quest for Three Kingdoms. That was my assumption. Sorry.
In terms of the full High Rock main quest, no, we have ideas. We've got plans for it, but we are focusing on writing Three Kingdoms very much.
Yes, we still have some settlements to populate first.
I also want to throw this question to the Cyrodiil team regarding writing being finished or not.
Sorry, could you answer the entire question?
No. Yes, absolutely. How much of the main quest has been thought of? Is the writing actually finished yet? Because you kind of touched on it during the
right. So the main quest is one of the last things that we're going to do, because first we have to populate the world. So the main quest, we've done a lot of planning on it for the last year, actually, and we have the building blocks ready to go. I did a lot of that narrative design work, and it was really fun. And I think the structure that we have for the Seat of Sundered Kings, which is our main quest line, is really, really, really exciting, with lots of choice, lots of player choice, lots of devious backstabbing, loads of great political intrigue, and it's going to be really fun. The writing will not start on the main quest, though, until our writers have finished other parts of the world space, which are our priority at the moment.
They can't do the main quest until they've finished their tea.
Yeah, pretty much. They can't do that. They have to eat their veggies first.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, we saw how long it took to get them out of bed to finish that quest. So yeah, that makes perfect sense. So for the next question is from Niller, and I did see this one towards the beginning of the thing that we're talking about. From Niller 1, will there be unique Breton magic? Mainly for the Iliac Bay.
There'll be new spells for Iliac Bay. Well, I mean, in terms of unique Breton magic, shadow magic is a major part of High Rock, and we will be touching on it quite a bit. We can't promise. We can promise things, but we don't want to spoil it just yet. Yeah, we want to let you guys wait and see just how we're going to work it in.
Will there be different fish in Orsinium than the ones in Skyrim?
We're going to be making unique fish for Iliac Bay. Unique fish for Orsinium, that's the kind of thing that we aren't really thinking about yet, because we are very much focused on Three Kingdoms, and sort of plans for exact, like, harvestable critters are, they're not set in stone for anywhere outside of Three Kingdoms.
And fishing especially.
It can change in Three Kingdoms still, Yeah,
and fishing especially is something that we've been discussing how much we are supporting that.
Yeah, well, it's hard to add new fish to the Creation Club, like manual fishing, but we can always add river fish that you swim and grab the old-fashioned way.
Yeah.
You could have laughter fish instead of
exact fish those will be. Yeah. What exact fish those are going to be for Orsinium, that is something that we'll let you know when we get there, basically.
From Dragon Raker, which I saw this one very early on, could you open the world map? Which you can.
No, not anymore.
When I saw this,
I can do it right now, but you won't be able to see.
Yeah, that's true. From where was it? Right, I already read the fish one. From Bebop Bengal, has the OST been implemented for Faerun yet?
It has not.
Well, Faerun shares the same soundtrack as the rest of High Rock. I mean, of course, there'll be sort of regional differences, just like there were in Skyrim. However, we haven't gotten it all in-game yet. But the Three Kingdoms soundtrack is released. You're free to take a listen to it whenever you want.
It's on
That's
YouTube.
available on YouTube?
Yeah.
Yep, thank you.
It's a lovely composition.
On YouTube. I'm going to be on Skyrim. Sorry, I should have said that.
Well, that's okay. We got there eventually. For the Cyrodiil folks, this one is from the Corinthian, which I love your work in Sandman, by the way. Absolutely fantastic. Is Portia a descendant of, and I do not know how to pronounce this name, is it Bien Emilian in Oblivion?
Right, so that was a NPC that was in Water's Edge, maybe? I think. Yeah. Well, that's up to you to decide, basically. I'll leave that up to your interpretation.
Probably yes. You can ask
Maybe
her.
yes, maybe no. So from Emperor Hotspot, are there still Dureni High Elves around in High Rock during this era?
Yes, there are on the island of Balfiera.
A very small amount.
At the
by this
Adamantine
point.
Tower itself. Yeah, they are not a very powerful group. But they're there. What they're going to be, how we're going to sort of adapt them, we don't want to spoil all that for you just yet. That's one of those things that will let you play the game and will let you see for yourself.
And from Axiomatic, which cities are the home of magic in High Rock and Hammerfell, like Winterhold in Skyrim or Skingrad in Cyrodiil?
In High Rock, just about every city is magical. If you want the basic explanation. But for where you're going to go, really, for the Mages Guild in particular, I think that's still up in the air a tiny bit. For Hammerfell, what's it called? Elenhir. Sorry,
Yes.
I forgot the name briefly.
Yeah,
Elenhir is a very magical city.
Yep.
And we have some stuff planned for Elenhir. But once again, we're not going to spoil it for you just yet.
Wait and find out. For the Cyrodiil folks, from Brad DeLay, in more serious terms, then you shouldn't have had me ask this question, if you're relying more on the old lore of Nibinate, will you make the shores of the Niben River and Lake Remer red?
It's something we currently don't have, but I know it's something we've toyed with, and it's probably a direction we will move into. We do like to keep that lore accuracy, so we probably will do that in time. We'll just want to find something that looks good, that doesn't look too bright or anything, or too silly.
Really? From, I'm going to, it looks like it's a Czech name, so from Savd, will the player's role as the Dragonborn affect the story? This is apparently for Iliac Bay. Will it be possible to roleplay a non-Dragonborn character?
Yes and yes. Skyrim has the ability to have conditional dialogue, so you can only be mentioned as a Dragonborn if you are the Dragonborn, if you've completed the quest where you go to High Hrothgar. Similar principle to Bruma.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
And yeah, it's pretty much the same for us as well.
We won't force being the Dragonborn on the player, and being the Dragonborn will not affect the main story.
I don't want to speak for all the teams, but I think that's basically the route all the teams are going. So, you won't be referred to as Dragonborn in any BS mod unless you are actually the Dragonborn, and certain provinces will care more or less whether you are the Dragonborn, but they probably won't care that much.
Except for Atmora, right?
Yeah, Atmora it's mainly conditional. But for example, if you go down to Valenwood, then you'll say, I am the Dragonborn, and the Wood Elves will look at you like, I don't know what that is.
Dragon what now?
Same with most of the Red Guards around Hammerfell. They'll be like, cool.
All right, back to Iliac Bay, which I think the last one was also whatever. From Brad Delay, is Farron sort of the dark and desolate region of High Rock, kind of like Ravenloft?
Ooh, thank you for the
I wouldn't
D&D
say.
reference.
I wouldn't say dark and desolate. It's still quite lush. It's still fairly verdant, minus the tundra, but it's gloomy and it's austere.
In terms
of there is crime. There is, sort of a ramshackle, busy and seedy port town vibe.
Yeah, in terms of D&D references, I feel like Farron is a bit more Saltmarsh than Ravenloft, and perhaps North Point is a bit more of that gothic Ravenloft kind of vibe.
There is still a bit of the sort of gloomy fantasy aesthetic to Farron.
There's a mix in both places, absolutely.
There's a tiny bit of dark fantasy to really a lot of the rugged east of High Rock, When we get to the city itself, we really can't wait to show it off.
Yeah. From some guy plays, speaking of, who knows what speaking of, but I remember when this came through, will we be able to become a wereborn? I almost said warbear, which is not the same thing.
I don't think we're planning on the player to be able to become a wereborn yet. If we find a good way of doing it, I think it would be interesting to include, but there are no, we don't have any 100% plans on, yes, X or Y questline will give the ability for the player to become a wereborn.
Yeah, I know that messing with the werewolf system in Skyrim can be very tricky, so we haven't kind of locked in any of those ideas yet.
Okey-doke. So we'll jump back to Cyrodiil questions. We have several from Delicious Nuts. And the first one, I love, will it be more fun to play these mods as a low-level scum? If I was high-level, will there still be a thrill of finding new items?
We hope so.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a little bit subjective, but yeah.
I mean, we want to make sure that, no matter what level you are, you come to Cyrodiil, you're going to enjoy yourself. We don't want it to be as kind of rigorous to say if you're only above, level 15, then you can do stuff in Cyrodiil. It's like, no, we want even if you're a level 1, you can walk into Cyrodiil and enjoy the content there. We do plan on having stuff that caters to the more higher end player base, because obviously some people will have saves from years ago that they're very fond of and want to take to Cyrodiil, and don't want to just start again just for the sake of, you know, doing Cyrodiil and want to take their Dragonborn down there, and will be a high level because of that. And we want to also cater for them so they don't feel left out either. So, you know, hopefully no matter what level, and, you know, it's something we still have to implement, is, you know, you should have fun, and it shouldn't be a confusing or boring experience. But we do plan on having, for example, the Valus Mountains. Due to the scale of Cyrodiil, we've had to, and how the Bethesda region size works, we've had to cut a section off and put it in its own world space. And because of that, we've decided to make that area a little bit higher level than like the normal Cyrodiil world space. So hopefully when you go into there, you'll want to be kind of bringing your best gear, and, you know, as a high level player, hopefully that is the place that you can really kind of feel challenged.
All right, let's rapid fire this one, because I think it should be fairly quick. Another one of Delicious Nuts' other questions. Can followers from Skyrim follow me into the Beyond Skyrim projects? I want to take Lydia with me.
Yes, but they might not have a lot to say.
All right, and go ahead.
Although I was wandering around Cyrodiil with a follower the other day, and they do say more than I was expecting. But yeah, unfortunately, we can't go back and add extra lines to sort of vanilla Skyrim followers, so they might be a bit quiet in alien dungeons like that. But yeah, they can definitely go with you. Whether you actually want to pick up a region-specific follower on the way, just because they might be a bit chattier, I'm not sure. But yeah, you'll definitely be able to take them with.
Cool. Back to the Iliac Bay guys from Callum Murray. Will the Iliac Bay content be geared toward higher levels or associated with lower level players, which is sort of kind of what we were talking about a minute ago?
It'll be geared towards new players to be able to make a start in Iliac Bay, and of course it'll level the same as Skyrim.
Yeah.
You'll be able to, if you wanted, have an alternate start in Iliac Bay, get a full Skyrim experience, level normally, and everything will scale with you.
And there will be certain areas that will be geared towards more high level, I mean, similar to vanilla Skyrim.
And if you jump into Iliac Bay with a level 50 character, expect it to keep up with you.
All right, from David Kasparov. Is the town of Oldgate being included in Beyond Skyrim's version of High Rock? It was my favorite in Arena, and it even exists in ESO as a big gate between zones.
Oldgate will be there. What exactly it will be, we haven't fully thought it through yet, but the plan is for Oldgate to be there.
It is not included in Three Kingdoms.
No, it is nowhere near Three Kingdoms.
That'll be a full release.
Alrighty, for the Cyrodiil folks, will there be guild quests? Any new guilds, or is it only the guilds from Oblivion?
There will be guild quests. There will be new guilds. Not every guild from Oblivion will be there either. So some have changed.
Good. Again, from the Corinthian, will we be able to craft, acquire, and temper/improve the white armors?
Not currently planned, no.
Okay.
Oh, I want to lobby for that. I definitely want the right crown. That looks amazing.
If we include any armors, it'll be a restored ancient Breton king's outfit, like the White King was wearing. A bit less worn down, a bit less battered by the millennia that they've been spending down there.
Are the whites just Draugr without shouts?
There's a bit more to the whites. There are a couple extra enemy variations that you might encounter, such as the sorcerers. There's a little bit extra to the whites that you'll see when you play the game. I mean, for the most part, though, they are sort of your equivalent of whites. Your equivalent of Draugr. They fill that same niche. You know, they're human-like enemies that drop the ancient Nord tier weapons and fill out your main dungeons.
And for the Cyrodiil folks from Pyrus, how many more settlements does Beyond Skyrim Cyrodiil have compared to the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion?
God, I don't know.
Okay, cool. Great answer.
That would require
At least
me to
12.
know.
I'm just rush counting them now. 14.
Yeah, there's definitely more.
15.
We can
16.
safely say that there's a lot more. That's all I know. I don't know how many there
16. 16, I've just counted. There are 16 more settlements of some. Well, that's towns and villages, not including farms, etc., etc.
Oh, there you go.
We tried not to go too crazy, but we have tried to flesh it out a bit.
Yeah.
It's really hard to not do mission creep, although it's something we bear in mind. But yeah, we've tried to sort of pad it out so that it's more like sort of backstories and literature, you see, but without making too much work for everyone.
It's the heartland of the Empire, at the end of the day.
All right, for the Iliac Bay folks from XG417, who also in the parenthetical said that if this answer contains major spoilers, you can disregard the question. But the question is, what are your plans for the Durrani Tower?
The plans contain a lot of spoilers and very few non-spoilers. I'll spoil one thing. There's a lot of spoilers.
It's a very important location.
Bastard.
Well, no point in playing now, is there?
Yeah, really. What the hell? From Guar, for the Cyrodiil folks, will some of the knightly orders make an appearance, like Knight of the Thorns, for example?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, was that
I heard
Cyrodiil?
knightly orders and...
Must be.
Cyrodiil
It's just Pavlovian for Garfield at this point.
I think we touched on it
Both?
a little bit in the Skin Grab playthrough, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
We
Yes.
talked to someone from a knightly order. He was a bit down on his look.
Yeah, self-plug. Go and watch that stream on Beyond Skyrim's YouTube channel. There you go.
With added lag.
No. The second one didn't have lag. So it's all good.
We don't discuss the lag.
Extra spicy lag.
Yeah.
And the Knights of the Thorn were mentioned specifically. They exist as well, I remember.
For the Iliac Bay folks from Ashen, I practiced this name in my head like 6 times before trying to read this. Nurzinski. There, I think I got that right. Will there be any special focus on adding Breton ingredients / recipes? I've always wanted to RP a Breton chef. That would be really cool.
Will absolutely be new food to make for High Rock. And there's been some toying with the idea of more complex food recipes that give buffs to more than just a health increase. You know, finding truffles in the ground in the forest might be useful for some slightly better recipes. Nothing in depth.
To Cyrodiil. From Mild Psychedelic, is Suncrator still a ruin in Cyrodiil?
That's one of the 16.
No, is the answer. No, is the answer, and we're not saying any more than that.
Getting some conflicting messages there. Anyway, back to Iliac Bay from David Kasparov. How much inspiration comes from Arena / Daggerfall in the map? Will the town of Oldgate be... Well, we kind of covered that second part of the question.
There's a fair bit of Daggerfall inspiration. Obviously, we can't include everything in Daggerfall, because Daggerfall was massive, and our High Rock is not the size of real-life England. It's about a third of the size of Skyrim's map. So a lot has to be removed to keep good gameplay flow. But there is a lot of Daggerfall still there, because really, the game Daggerfall was a very strong foundation for the world building of Western High Rock and Northern Hammerfell especially.
Cool. Let's see if we can rapid fire these, because we've got about a minute and a half left. I think maybe. Will Iliac Bay use Dumac or style Dwemer ruins from Beyond Skyrim Morrowind?
No, they won't. They'll be Skyrim style ones.
Nice. For the For the Cyrodiil folks, from Ray, will there be shrines to different Daedra / gods and even human saints across Cyrodiil? Could they grant their own blessing?
I don't think we have shrines, but we definitely have amulets.
Within reason as well. We might have some like makeshift shrines here and there.
Yeah.
But no, like we can't specifically model hundreds of shrines, but we will allude to their existence for sure.
Okay. For the Iliac Bay guys from Folgado, will Iliac Bay have refined version of Daggerfall's soundtrack?
I believe some of our soundtrack already takes
There are
inspiration.
a couple of Daggerfall songs that have...
Okay, finally.
There are a couple of shared motifs.
All right, our last quick fire question from Ocean Gaming. Which cities of Cyrodiil have been finished in terms of 3D model?
The ones we've shown off, basically.
There you go.
Oh, in terms of 3D modelling, it is more, isn't it? So we've shown off a few.
The ones we've shown off.
It's a very specific question, which I don't think we can answer truthfully.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to answer that question.
We have more towns
Stay
in
tuned.
terms of 3D, but that doesn't mean that they're ready to show off. Because
Stay tuned to the Beyond Skyrim YouTube channel, as we will be showing more off in the future. That's end of.
All right, there we go. Oh my God, guys, I'm so glad you found us here. It's like we were gone forever. But what we have now is our Cyrodiil podcast, recreating Cyrodiil, where we will talk with the two teams and see how they've managed to work together to bring Cyrodiil back to glorious, vibrant life. Why don't you folks go ahead and introduce yourselves?
Hello again, I'm Mr. JGT, and if you've not got sick of my voice yet, then thanks very much.
Hi, I'm D Keys. I'm from Skyblivion, and I just realized I'm severely outnumbered.
Yeah, unfortunately, Rebel couldn't be with us today, but I am Deagler, and I am a editor and writer on Beyond Skyrim Cyrodiil.
Hi, I'm Bellatrix again, so you're probably sick of my voice too as well by now, but hopefully we'll be able to answer some of your questions in this session.
Woo!
All right, cool. Thanks, everybody.
We got?
Go ahead.
What kind of topics we got today, Trendane?
Oh, I guess, yeah, I should probably look at that channel on the Discord. Let's see, where did they go? Well, we could go with maybe one. No, maybe not.
I think it's like what people are kind of working on right now.
Yeah, probably. Now I'm feeling like I'm completely out of my depth because I'm not sure where the stuff that I'm supposed to be like teeing up for everybody are located.
Nah, it's fine. Currently on Cyrodiil for editing. We've been working on locking Skingrad content, so that's been a lot of fun. We had that Skingrad trailer recently for anyone who's been watching our YouTube channel. So that's cool. Progress being made there, and still some things to be squared away content-wise, but we've moved on to editing briefly for Coral, actually, and that's been a lot of fun. So things are moving along.
Nice. And what about the other half of this? The half. We've already covered the whole outnumbered thing, so it's not really a half, is it?
So yeah, Skyblivion's been chugging along. Lately, I think one of our biggest sort of goals is we're trying to just get the entire overworld finished by the end of the year. So I think we quite recently finished, more or less finished the Gold Coast, finished the Breville area. We've got Blackwood finished and Navmeshed. We have more or less the Gerald Mountains finished. We got the city of Cheydinhall finished. Anvil is very far along. Leywin, the city of Leywin's finished. The city of Breville is finished. Bruma's been finished. Thank you to you guys. The assets helped.
Right, yeah.
And yeah, so we're going to be hopefully finishing it up this year. The Cyrodiil World Space, that is, not the entire project. Don't get excited.
Funny thing is Beyond Skyrim Cyrodiil is in a very similar position to that. We're kind of getting towards the end of having a lot of our landscaping side of things done, and our next kind of big thing is tidying up a few areas that need a bit of work, and then it's on to the massive task of nav meshing. So it's good to know that you guys are in like a similar situation.
Yeah, we've been like locking it off like one region at a time.
Yeah.
Blackwood was the first one finished, and so I was like, there you go, it's done. And then Navmasters take it away, and they look at me very sternly and they say, don't touch this, okay? Don't make any changes when we're working in here, because it will break everything.
Yeah, that's the one reason why we haven't kind of started nav meshing yet, is because it's just because unlike you guys, we have like, writing constantly going on because we're writing new quests. There's ever little tweaks here and there, every, kind of, oh, can we have this? Oh, can we have that? So it's like, let's not nav mesh until everything's ready.
Yeah, that still happens even though our writing's already done.
Yeah.
I'll still look at something and go, I wish I could fix this, or I wish I could fix this. And you just have to go, no, I said it's ready for Navmesh. It's ready for Navmesh.
Yeah. I did a lot of the Bravo level design, so like every now and then I'm like, oh, I could have just done this, and it's like, no, it's finished, it's fine, you don't need to do any more. We've got it all implemented, you don't need to touch Bravo anymore.
Yeah. Okay, I saw somebody is asking what Navmesh is. That's probably good. Probably we should Yeah, so Navmesh, it's like navigational mesh. Basically, it is wherever an NPC is allowed to walk. That's basic.
It's basically a bunch of triangles on the floor that basically tell NPCs, here is fine for you to go. If there's no nav mesh, they'll just stand in one position. So sometimes in streams you'll see us see wild animals and they'll just stand in one location, and that's why. Whereas if there is nav mesh, like you can see on the Bravo stuff, people can walk around and interact with things.
Yeah,
that's why
so
you can occasionally jump on a rock and cheese, because the NPCs can't get up there, so you can just stand on the rock and hit them.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can maybe understand why that goes last. Because if you nav mesh first and then you place your city, then you're telling the NPC they can run through a wall that is there.
And they will try. They will repeatedly try. It's quite fun to watch them just like run against the wall, being like, I can go this way, and you're like, you really can't.
Yeah, I saw the the Skyblivion video where you kind of introduced yourself as the guy who did Leowin. Are you like the main city builder right now for all the other ones that you guys are working on?
I did a tiny bit. I did a slight bit of layout for Cheydinhall as well. The main reason I did Leywin was that was my landscaping claim, which was Blackwood. Those two sides of that Nibbin, and so Leywin. I think no, actually, sorry. Bruma was the first city ever done, but Leywin was like the first city revamped. And like Cyrodiil, we kind of looked at the original concept art, and we kind of wanted those like islands, those channelways that the ships could actually sail to the Imperial City to.
Because how else is the boathouse quest meant to work?
Yeah, exactly. But I'm not the main like the city builder. It's usually whoever's region it is. So we have someone working in the Westweld, so that means their claim is also Skingrad.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's down to whichever landscaper it belongs to. We'll be seeing Breville in the next to the upcoming showcase, and that was done by the Ludus. So it was.
Oh,
Excited
cool!
to
Yeah,
show that off.
yeah. I'm excited for the showcase tomorrow. Anyone who's watching right now, show up to the Skyblivion showcase tomorrow. They got some cool stuff coming, I'm sure.
It's after
not
this
nav
one,
meshed.
not tomorrow.
It's not
Oh,
nav meshed.
not tomorrow.
I-
It is next stream. I mean, yeah. Thank you.
I mean, you're welcome to watch the VOD tomorrow.
Yeah.
I tortured one of our nav meshers to quickly quickly nav mesh Breville for us for the stream, and there was a complication. It was like nav meshed in a ESP dependency that it shouldn't have. So they nav meshed Breville and it couldn't be used. So I feel so bad for them.
Oh wow, yeah.
No. I did a lot of the nav meshing for Bruma, and it's pretty soul destroying after the first few days. I feel they have my condolences.
How long does it take to nav mesh something like Broma?
Oh, it wasn't just the two of us, but primarily two of us did it, and it took a month, and that was pretty much me working on it every single evening and
dying
pretty much all the weekends as well. I was working full time and then doing another full time job just nav meshing. It was
Wow.
yeah, it was interesting. So I'm not looking forward to the rest of Cyrodiil's nav mesh.
Oh, I'm forcing the entirety of the Cyrodiil Exteriors team to do it. Like, there's no getting out of it, guys. We've all got to do it. This is your warning.
Oh, I think that's going to be the same for Skyblivion, because we have like the landscapers and then the nav meshers. But I think at a certain point, like once we finish all our like interior dungeons, all our interior work and landscaping work, we will be converted into nav meshers.
Yeah, the triangles.
Yeah. Cult.
So, for anybody who doesn't know, like the differences between Skyblivion and Beyond Skyrim Cyrodiil, what are basically the differences between the two projects?
Shall I do this one?
You could do that one, sure.
So, and I'll probably get it wrong for Skyblivion. So my understanding of Skyblivion is it is recreating Oblivion, but in Skyrim's engine. So it's going to be a story from Oblivion, all the sort of the quests, and it will very much look like Oblivion, but in a more up-to-date engine. Whereas Beyond Skyrim Cyrodiil, we're creating Cyrodiil, but in Skyrim's timeline. So the events will be contemporary to what's going on in the timeline that you play Skyrim. So sort of 200 odd years have passed since the events that took place in Oblivion. Obviously, quite a lot has changed. Kvatch was destroyed in Oblivion, but it's been rebuilt in our version of Cyrodiil and things like that. So they're sort of, it's the same region, but they're sort of very fundamentally different mods with different aims.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Lots of time has passed in Beyond Skyrim Cyrodiil. Lots of changes. Some things remaining, familiar, but yeah, lots of time has passed.
Okay. What's been your most recent collaboration between you two teams?
To my understanding, it was the asset sharing with the cities, right?
Yeah. I think we currently like have an ongoing one. Is it Kazuhide who works on the Imperial architecture? I think he's doing it for you guys as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for the Imperial City stuff, I'm not 100% sure on how that's being handled. It's like if it's direct model replacements or if it's going to be a bit more kit piece like. But yeah, we'll be using similar the same models.
I think
There
the
might be some
Iliac
slight changes.
as well, that was largely made for both teams, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, sometimes we do asset swaps, but that's a bit different where one team's made them. It's kind of like, oh, hey, do you want this? But there are a few bits where we sort of work on them together.
Yeah, and I know that in like 3D, there's like a lot, there's like crossover. Like there's some people that are on both teams, I think.
Yeah.
So there's some of that going on too.
And to further expand on that, do you have any like future collaboration things that you guys can talk about right now?
Well, like it was mentioned, the Imperial Cities probably
I think that's the biggest
our
one.
big one, yeah.
Yeah.
Because obviously it's a massive tile set for both teams to work on, so there's no point in making it twice, kind of thing. It makes a lot of sense for us to kind of share the same thing, because the Imperial City hasn't changed a lot in the past 200 years. At least we've decided that's the case. So yeah, it makes sense for us to share that workload and kind of both of us feed in on that and create the best we can.
And since you guys are going to be doing forced labor on nav meshing, I presume that you will both be not redoing each other's nav meshing on the Imperial City, but right, yeah, that would suck, I imagine.
So we will to some degree.
I wanted to ask. Oh, go ahead, JGT. Sorry.
But we will have to kind of do the same bit of nav meshing kind of thing to some degree, just because of we can't copy. It's the one thing we can't copy over. But also, yeah, there'll be, I imagine, slight changes in clutter and things on the streets that all facilitate a different nav mesh for each one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Skyblivion, they assign like one person an entire region. Is that like the same as the way we do it on Cyrodiil, JGT?
No, I broke regions down into more kind of bite-sized chunk areas. Just because sometimes giving people, we used to have it so people had whole regions. Like when I first started, I was given the entirety of the Heartlands minus the Imperial City kind of area.
Mm-hmm.
And I did that over the case of, a few months, but like my interest started to wane a bit. So when I was made lead not long after Bruma's release, I kind of broke areas up, which I found worked quite well. So like using rivers and things as natural boundaries, to kind of break those areas up into kind of bite-sized chunks for people to do has worked quite well. And breaking cities off as their own claims so they can kind of be worked on and got to a point where they can be implemented in advance of the area around them necessarily being done.
Yeah, I imagine for Cyrodiil it'll be like all hands on deck. Like, just gonna be kind of difficult. We'll have to segment it in a different way, I guess.
I already have a nav mesh map that I'm working on, which
cool.
will have some ridiculous number of claims just because of how I'm breaking it up. But I've made those into reasonable sized claims that hopefully won't cause people to run for the hills once they see the size of them.
Yeah.
I thought the plan was just to give it to me and say, good luck.
Right. Send her into the coal mines again.
There you go, Claire. We'll see you in
Pick up where you left
2033
off.
when you've finally finished.
I was going to say, which I was very much not on board with.
Yeah. No, I will be enforcing a mandatory nav meshing system.
You'll have a whole slew of people thinking, I've got a thing. I have to go and get my tongue waxed. I can't I can't help you with this.
That is often what happens.
Yeah. We have many questions going by in the chat about Minotaurs, or Minotaurs if you're not American. Which, of course, if
there's one in our Skingrad trailer.
Can you date him? Better question. Can I date him? Probably not. Yeah, probably not. Anyway, so we're closing in. We're down to like 10 minutes, pretty close to 10 minutes left in this thing. So I'm going to hit you with the most difficult question of them all. What would you say is your biggest achievement, or are your biggest achievements, plural, for this past year? Aha, that's what I thought.
Personally, on Cyrodiil,
took a second to sink in, yeah.
Personally, on Cyrodiil, it's kind of redacted. I don't want to mention it too much. I mean, if you've been in our Discord, you've seen me hinting at it, but like, I don't want to say too much. I mean, we have touched a little bit on it in this thing, if you can read between the lines, but no, I'm not gonna say too much.
That really doesn't help fill out this 10-minute block.
No, sorry.
It's sadly a horrible question to ask like creative people because they're so critical of their work. Plus, at least for me, I've been in drone mode for the past 6 months, just placing trees and rocks. So I've just been
every tree and every rock is an achievement.
Like, I don't know. Am I proud? I don't know. I guess it looks nice.
It's like when I was watching Lord of the Rings and Samwise says, if I take one more step, it's going to be the farthest away from home I've ever been. I'm like, are you going to say that for every other step on this whole thing?
Yeah, there's a meme of that somewhere.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I guess I mean I've had my editing hat on for the past year. I was originally writing kind of in the Anvil sector. Love the Gold Coast. It's awesome. It's all paradise vibes and Florida retirement home kind of vibes. But basically, yeah, I've been in editing for most of the last year and just now familiarizing, well, not even, I've had to familiarize myself with Skingrad content, the characters, the quests, and just trying to make it like as fun and thematic as possible. There Our editing department's relatively newer. It's newer than a lot of the departments we have, and just kind of getting things ironed out in that way. We got a bunch of new editors after we made an application for our website. We didn't have a listing before, now we do. Little test that you can take if you think you can be an editor, and we got a great response to a recruitment call we did for that, and yeah, been making steady progress since then. I think it's more like an organizational thing rather than a content thing, but I'd say that's probably like the biggest achievement for me this.
I really like how polished the whole Calovia region's starting to feel. So obviously we've done our Skingrad sort of walkthrough this year. We spoke earlier in the live stream about there's a lot of choral editing, and I've been spending the past few months doing sort of like final polishing on the choral interiors as well. So there's quite a lot of Calovias coming to life now, which is really nice to see. So every time I pop in game, there's more NPCs wandering around Coral. It's like, oh, someone's been busy. So yeah, that's quite nice. And I think Anvil's got it's a bit further behind, but that's definitely starting to get a bit more finished feel to it as well now.
Do you find a lot of that where like you kind of been nose to the grindstone on your own piece of the project that you're working on, and then you go in and you find yourself surprised by some of the work that someone else has completed since you last looked at it?
Oh, it's amazing. I really love doing our live playthroughs as well, because I would just be sat there going, wow, this is different from the last time I saw it. So you don't actually spend that much time in game when you're a developer. It's mostly in the creation kit sort of doing stuff, and then you might go in and test that one little specific bit, so you don't really get a feel for everything else that's going on. And suddenly if you've got a bit of free time, or we're doing a live play or something, it's just like, blimey, a lot has changed. So that is a really nice thing to see as well, actually.
Would that be the same for Skyblivion as well?
It's always great getting to see work you didn't do, because it's crazy to kind of see this thing growing before your eyes.
Yeah.
I'd say I tend to, because we've been churning out our regions pretty quickly this past year. I think last merge, our Clovian Highlands got finished. Rebelsies did that himself, and then after that merge, he moved on to the Cold Coast, minus Anvil, and he more or less just blasted that out, finished it. And I haven't even checked that out yet myself, so I can't wait. I haven't even checked out the Clovian Highlands yet from last merge, so I need to plan maybe like a big walk south, just start at the top and go south. But yeah, I can't wait to like walk through it myself.
Nice little nature walk.
It's usually difficult to kind of walk through your own work and see it through the eyes of the player.
Mm-hmm.
So it's always great looking through other people's work.
I've seen this question pop up quite a bit. Will Cyrodiil use Skyblivion goblins?
No, we've got our own. Yeah.
Yeah, because Skyblivion's got the. I mean, I don't know about the tribes in Cyrodiil, but I know Skyblivion had that highlight in their dev diary. Just lots of character to the goblins, which was
we've
really funny.
Tribes.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, what disciplines are you most in need of for your respective teams?
I would say definitely for Skyblivion, it is 3D architecture. So 3D artists specializing in architecture. It's definitely one because if you think about it, if you don't have, say the 3D models for like an interior tile set, like an entire dungeon tile set, that means an entire like interior department can't work on that. So sometimes you get little things like that act as a bottleneck. But definitely, if there's a very little 3D architecture, means level design can't move on.
Right.
We only recently just got our interior Iliad set finished. We're free to move on from that, but our people are pretty quick. To like go back to the last question, like one thing I'm proud of is like our interior department, that like how insanely fast they're moving. Too goddamn quick for our 3D architecture guys to keep up. So yeah, it's definitely something we're in need of. It's 3D artists for architecture.
Cyrodiil?
I have no idea.
Okay.
We always need
We
dungeon
always want
people.
everything. Yeah,
Yeah.
dungeons is. I was thinking it was interesting because it's pretty much the other way around for us. So, we're definitely sort of dungeon designers at the moment. We were sort of editors, but we had a really successful editing recruit. I think we're not too bad there at the moment. But I mean, I think all departments are always happy for more people to come and join us. But yeah, dungeon designers is definitely a bottleneck for us. I'm desperately trying not to do a Roscrea plug at the moment as well.
I mean, what I'll do is I'll do an AU plug because, like, for any of the things that we've just listed, the Arcane University Discord link is, and if there's no link in the description anywhere, should be just an easy search on YouTube, is the Arcane University. They have curriculums and all kinds of resources set up for people to learn modding in Skyrim, in any of the different areas. Voice acting has its own thing, writing has its own thing, level design. So if you're looking to get involved, that's a great place to start. Or if you already have the talent, definitely apply. We could also use writers, I think, personally. We've a lot of our writers have they're taking a bit of a hiatus, but some of them, the ones that have been mainstays are still hanging around. But we could always use new eyes, more people to write, especially with this Imperial City stuff coming up. We'll definitely need all hands on deck for that. So
yeah, someone very early in the stream was asking about voice acting, and as one of the voice actors on the thing, definitely go and check out the Arcane University, because they can certainly help you learn or point you in the right direction if you are sufficiently skilled to help with any of the projects.
One thing we do need on Cyrodiil is we need people who are good with the lighting, because like I am always envious of Skyblivion's lighting, because I mean it's one of the nice contrasts between us is Skyblivion has this really kind of bright kind of feel to it, like the Empire is at its height kind of thing. Whereas we're kind of going for a more different kind of Empire in decline kind of feel, but their lighting is so much better than ours because a lot of ours is the vanilla lighting stuff.
We don't even have our lighting guy anymore.
Oh,
he left us for Dark Souls 2.
Oh man.
So people are, when they're told like, oh, do you mind if I like work on lighting a little bit? We're like, you be very careful, because like, we don't have that guy anymore. We don't have that guy anymore.
Yeah,
he ain't coming back.
You're not that guy, pal.
We're down to about a minute. What would you say, just real quick, because I saw the question go by in chat, what is like the general size of your two different teams?
it's such a hard question to answer. There's
Okay, then say I
easily-
don't care.
In, in
There's well
volunteer,
over 100 people
right?
in,
Yeah.
beyond Skyrim Cyrodiil. But in terms of active, sort of how many, to be a bit businessy, in terms of how many FTEs we actually have working on the mod, it's really hard to estimate because obviously people are busy at different times, or some people might have holiday, sort of the summer holidays off, so can work loads over then and then go back to school and aren't around anymore and stuff. So it's actually really hard to say how many people we have working full time on it.
Same for
But
Skyblivion?
every little
It's the
contribution
exact
really helps.
Okay.
Yeah,
Then
it's
we
the
won't
exact
worry
same
about it
stuff.
any further. And
We're
that
the
brings us
same,
right to
Yarno.
time. So this brings us to the end of the first part of day 2. We will be having Karis will be the MC for the second half of the day, and they will be talking about stuff that they will be talking about.
Be more Skyblivion stuff.
Probably, yeah, because I don't have that image up in front. I've only got 2 monitors, so I'm like, I don't know what that thing. So for those of us who have joined you, no, those of you who have joined us, that's how it works. We hope you've enjoyed this. Stick around for the second half of the day. It will absolutely be fantastic and glorious and wonderful, and pick a bunch of other adverbs or whatever, or adjectives. Crap. Okay, I've forgotten how to English, which is why I'm not doing the second half of the day. Thank you all. Stick around for the second half, and we'll talk to you guys later on.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the final furlong of Creation ModCon 2022. Man, what a weekend it's been. I'm Kyrus, and I'll be your host right on through till the end. And if you've missed any of the amazing content we've shown you over the last 2 days, be sure to check it out on the Creation ModCon channel here on YouTube for all the fun and gossip. But to the more pressing matters at hand, let's look at what we still have in store. And don't worry, there's plenty more still to come. At 7:20 GMT, we will have our last special reveal of the weekend. I'm sure you'll see it's a real pearl. And a fine final reveal for Creation ModCon 2022. We'll follow that up with our Skyblivion Q&A at 7:30 GMT. So get your questions in the chat if you want the chance of getting some answers about all the wondrous things you've seen today. And finally, every beginning must also have an end. So why not end Creation ModCon 2022 with humble beginnings at 8 p.m. GMT, where developers from throughout the modding community discuss their passion and where it all started for them. But before all that, we must first return to Cyrodiil to find out just what Team Skyblivion has been up to since last year in our special Skyblivion showcase.
Hello guys, D Keys here. I'm lead level designer for Skyblivion, and with me I have project lead Kyle Rebel's Eyes.
Hello everyone.
So today we're going to be showing you some landscape, but more excitingly we're going to be showing you off 2 small side quests. One very small side quest and one not as small. So yeah, right now we're in Pell's Gate, which is very serene at the minute. It's currently maybe around 5 o'clock, so what I want to do is I want to go to Breville. I want to hopefully find an inn on the road to stay at, because we don't want to be traveling the road at night. But yeah, we're walking through the road to Breville, which cuts through a very dense silver birch forest. There should be an inn along the way. I'm not really wearing much armor at the minute, but I do have armor in my inventory should things get a little hairy.
Who knows what you might come across in the wilds.
Like dinner, for example. I'm horrible at archery. Case in point. The one that got away. Alright. Might be something else on the road. Like a second deer, for example. Don't mess this one up.
Remember, hold your breath, take aim.
Dead. You told me to hold my breath. I'm kind of embarrassed that I literally held my breath. I didn't hold it in game. I held it in real life. It didn't help.
I mean, you got the kill, right? So I think it's safe to say it definitely did help. It didn't hurt.
Yeah. All right. So here we are. We've got ourselves an inn to stay at for tonight, which is the Fergal Inn. Went wrong here. Is everything fine with the stream?
I think
Yeah, it seems to be.
We were getting a few comments that your levels might be a little bit low. D.
The lighter game audio?
No, your mic.
Your mic, yeah.
Mic's a bit low? Okay. I'll increase the game audio just a tad. Alright. Oh, what's going on in here?
Can you help me find my lost jumbo potatoes?
It's not often you get asked that question. Okay. About your jumbo potatoes.
Please, you must help me find them. If I don't have them for the next batch of my famous potato bread, I don't know what I'll do. How stupid I was to leave them outside all alone like that. All I wanted to do was give them some sun. Next thing I knew, they were gone. I saw someone running off to the west, but I'm too frightened to journey into the woods alone. Please, can you help me? I'll pay you well, I swear.
Alright then. It's probably something we can do before sun goes down. Fog doesn't give me comfort though. Oh. Let's get ourselves this fine longsword. Head into the foggy woods.
So, what shield are you carrying with you at the moment?
So, I always mess the pronunciation of this up. This is the Escutcheon of Coral, which is made by Doigsong, our 3D implementation leads. So, this headed west. Oh, you're not the one that stole the potato rope. But you, on the other hand, I'll be coming at you. Come here. Oh my, did I? There's our jumbo potatoes. Door. Alright, get off the stool.
You have them, you have them. I can sense they're with you. Oh my goodness, you found them. Oh, I could kiss you. As promised, I owe you a reward for your efforts. I present you with my first batch of famous potato bread, more valuable than gold. Enjoy.
I forgot the amount of people that...
Safe journey to you.
The amount of people that, after you've completed a quest for them, say, oh, here's your reward, it's more valuable than gold, and they give you something that really isn't.
I mean, if you're really into potato bread, this seems like a pretty fantastic reward.
Well, I am, but she didn't know that, though, so...
No, you were Irish.
Make it quick.
Yeah. Right. Bed for the night.
There is one here for you if you have the 10 gold to rent it. Up the stairs you must go to the first door on your right. That is your room for the night.
Nice rhyme.
Go bother someone else.
Got it. Alright. I think this interior was done by Libero? Alright. 7:55 p.m. I'm going to sleep. Yeah. I'm gonna sleep a nice 13 hours.
If only that was a real thing.
Oh yeah. Alright. I'm well rested and ready for the road. Please be good weather. He likes to... I'll take it.
Not too bad.
Yeah. So, fun little fact one little thing that I wanted to prepare for this showcase was people like seeing good weather. They love to see the beautiful weather. So I made it especially important to go in and delete all overcast and stormy weathers from the regions. And it still manages to come over into this region.
It looks pretty nice though, I have to say.
Yeah. Oh, here's another end we could have stayed at. Oh, maybe on second thoughts not with that name. Up. Yep, up. I'm not gonna talk to the dog. I'm nuts. Alright. Let's gonna move on to Breville. Oh dear.
That's something interesting. Someone in the chat asked if we can ask the dog for rumors, but unironically, that is currently a bug we have in the game, that you can actually ask the dog for rumors.
It's either he either talks to you about the Dark Brotherhood or he encourages you to join the Fighters Guild. It's not only a bug, it's a returning bug. I think we've squashed it a few times and it comes back. Now, if you saw Skywind's stream yesterday, you saw they had levitation. Now, levitation's outlawed in Cyrodiil, and there are still some people that break this rule. This tree, for example, is breaking the levitation law. It's so we're gonna have to like send a lumberjack out, like an imperial lumberjack, to like arrest it and then cut it.
So put that thing on display, hang it in public. Make an example out of him. Or her.
Come on, who are you? This is just deer hunting simulator so far. Where did it go? Alright. I don't know where it was. Sometimes, since they don't have nav meshing, they run themselves off a cliff. Yeah. Alright, let's go. Oh, no, 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 no. So yeah, be careful when you're walking around, because, you know, fallen rocks and stuff, and as you can see, not everyone is lucky. Give me that. Needs to be that guy. Let's find the road again. You are? Can't chase me because you've got no nav meshing.
Maybe worth noting that nav meshing an area is basically the last part of its development cycle, and that's currently what's keeping AI, like enemy creatures and NPCs, from actually following you around or chasing you down. So rest assured, you know, you will get chased by wolves, bandits, and what have you.
Yeah. We're at Breville.
We're here to serve. They say that when you murder someone, the Dark Brotherhood comes to you in your sleep. It's how they recruit new members.
Oh, my absolute favorite, I think Leywin's is really cool as well.
Their armors?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're kind of, I think they have a wider brim on their helmet to kind of suit for the rain.
I overheard someone say that Alarin Lock is...
But like Leywin and Breville are similar in terms of, you know, where they're situated, but Leywin has a lot more gold to spend on equipment.
Alright, so this guard has just told us it's Alarin Lock is missing, and that the wife is beside herself.
Yeah. Ursan's husband Alarin is missing. Poor thing. I've seen her crying at the chapel. I hope someone can help her.
Well, let's see if that's worth it. Alright, so here we are in Breville. It's... I would say it's seen better days, but has it?
Yeah.
Alright. I think I know where she lives. Oh, that's a minor weapon. I'm not gonna touch that. I mean, I don't know if there's such things as fingerprints in this world, but it's probably best I don't touch it anyway. Alright, here we are. I'll just sit with you.
I'm sorry to impose upon you like this, but I'm in need of assistance, and I don't know what to do. My husband, Alarin, is missing.
Okay, can you tell me about him?
It all started when Alarin became foolish and started gambling. He'd visit the arena every week and spend our hard-earned money on bets. I told him to stop, but he didn't listen. He was certain he could win us a fortune and move us somewhere nicer, like the Imperial City. It didn't take long for Alarin to begin losing. He resorted to borrowing money from a usurer to cover his losses and place new bets. As you can imagine, it didn't pay off. He ended up owing around 500 gold. We could never have that kind of money to pay back the usurer.
What happened to him?
Yesterday, the usurer, Curtin Grodragel, sent for my husband to meet him at the Lonely Suitor Lodge. He hasn't returned since. I fear for his life. Curtin isn't known for his patience. Please, I'm not wealthy, but I'd give anything to see Alaron again.
Alright, I'll help.
You will? Oh, thank you. Please be careful. I don't wish any harm to befall you either.
Alright.
Farewell, and be careful. Curtin is not to be trusted.
Alright. I know I mentioned it probably in the Recreating Cyrodiil podcast, but for anyone who didn't see that, Superville was done by one of our landscaping artists, the Lutist. And if I were to walk around the city and then walk around the castle gardens, you would see a very big difference in living, I suppose. Only Suitor Lodge.
So it's pretty obvious in Breville where the money is actually going.
Yeah. Oh, you're not set up right. There you go.
Yeah, what do you want? None of your damn business. I'd tell you if I liked you, and I don't.
I think he's just angry because his head was clipping through a wall. Alright, I don't think I can do either convincingly, not doing work, so I'm gonna bribe him.
See, was that hard? Maybe I know him, maybe I don't. But since you're so interested, I know something that could jar my memory.
What's that?
I just learned that a family heirloom, the Axe of Dragol, which one of my stupid relatives lost, is located on Fort Grief Island in Nibbin Bay. My informant tell me it's hidden in the main keep at the center. Don't know what's guarding it, but I'm sure you can handle it. If you go there and bring it back to me, I'll tell you exactly where Alaron is.
Wait, don't return it?
Then Alaron may not be coming home from his, journey for a very long time. Like, permanently.
Yeah, I got that part.
Whenever you're ready, and it better be soon, I'll have a boat waiting for you to get to Fort Grief Island.
Okay, what about this axe?
Yeah, it's a battle axe with the word Dragol carved into the haft. Huge, you can't miss it. I ain't gonna draw you a picture.
Draw anyway. Alright, so I'm ready to go in the boat.
Fine. I have it waiting for you at the dock next to the magic shop. Now get out of my sight. Lucky I'm not making you swim.
It's a pretty standard attitude you'll find around Breville. Alright, so to get a boat in the bay. One of them. All right, Fort Grief Island we go. So, this is Fort Grief. This is what when we were designing this, or when I was designing this, I decided to it'd be fun to make this into a former Imperial prison. Just because it's on its own island, I thought that might be a good sort of design, kind of like an Alcatraz design. So this used to be used as a Imperial City prison, but I think since there was no use for it, it just became abandoned. But it seems like somebody is using it again. And we're trapped.
It appears as though Círdan has tricked another poor soul with his axe story.
Oh dear.
You haven't guessed it yet? There never was any axe of Dragol. It was just a ruse to lure you out here. I fell for the same trick. In my case, he told me if I retrieved the axe, he'd erase my debts. I was such an idiot to believe him. You're now the prey in Círdan's insane hunt, just like I am. And here we'll most likely die.
But this hunt.
Círdan doesn't make most of his money being a simple usurer. He also invented what he calls the Hunter's Run. People pay him a great deal of money to hunt and kill living human prey. No questions asked, and he takes care of the bodies. He uses the dungeons under Fort Grief as the hunting grounds. I was placed here because he knew someone would go looking for me. I'm sorry you got mixed up in all of this. I hope you can fight. It's our only chance of escaping alive.
You have a boot nearby?
Don't bother. The door to this place is now locked. The only way to get out is by descending into the Hunter's Run and killing the hunters. One of them will have the key to the door. That's Círdan's rules. It's the only way we can win. I wish I could help more, but I can't fight. I've never held a weapon before in my life. Please, get us out of here.
Alright.
Círdan is treacherous. Be wary, friend.
Alright, before we go in, I think I'm gonna maybe put something a bit more appropriate on for fighting. My iron armor. Could go with steel. But as we all know, what looks better is probably what we go for. So I'd rather go for the whole set. Alright, so fine logs. Let's do this. The Hunter's Run. So our fort kit consists of around, I'd say, 1,300 pieces. And that gives our level designers an extreme amount of freedom in varied designs. Whoop. So you'll definitely find that the forts in Skyblivion are they're a lot more detailed previously in Oblivion. Alright, so that's locked. Oh dear. Ow. Okay. So, as is no surprise, Hunter's Run is absolutely littered with traps. It seems like these bandits have taken the old Imperial prison and turned it into their own game. Okay, I gotta be careful where we step. have here? Damn, his block's good. Oh. Alright. We've got the first Hunter's Run key. Healing potion. What do we have here? Grease. Blood is always a good indicator of a trap. Means somebody who's been here before has not had a great time. So we can see something here isn't quite right. I would activate one of these pressure plates. That show exactly what you don't want to get hit by. So we're gonna have to give me a little bit across these. I really hope I can get past. There we go. I heard a sword being drawn. Oh, made him step on it.
I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm. What's the matter? Getting tired? I give up.
Wasn't so bad. Oh no, we came from that way. Okay. Hunter's Abyss. Hunter's Run keys are being used to open the door. Potion of Dispel. A lot of our designs for our potions are they're done in a way where if you couldn't for some reason read what type of potion it was, we would hope that the label at least is enough to give it away. Another room filled with traps. Oh.
Who's there?
Missed.
This ends here.
We got the Fort Grief door key. Alright. Let's get out of here. Go away now. So that's what that does. This must be all the I wouldn't want to say previous contestants. Maybe that's a bit. This must be where the hunters have been staying. They seem to have been gorging themselves fat. All right. Let's get out of here. Would be nice to see the light of day. This jump looks a lot less deadly. Oh no, wait, it has spikes too. That's great. I think we can put our sword away. So yeah, you can see here this be a prison. Oh wait, breaking the wall here. I think it's still legal tender after centuries. Oh yeah. What about the bird trap room? Can I use a bird trap? You nice. Ow. What about the third one? Uh-oh.
I'm impressed that you killed all my clients. Doesn't matter. More will come along with their purses fat with gold and hearts lusting for blood. Too bad about Alarin. Didn't need him anymore now that you're here. At least now he's free of his debt.
But I won your game.
Do you really think I could afford to let you leave here? The key you found is a fake. No prey has ever left this island alive. And I aim to keep it that way. You were right about one thing, though. This is my game, and I'm changing the rules.
Here we go. Oh, he brought company.
I'm gonna bleed you slow.
Let him do big swings and then go in quick.
I'm gonna bleed you slow. I give up.
That orc did not learn his lesson.
Do your worst.
2 taken care of. Or Alaron. Oh, money. Alright, so here's the real key. We saw inside there was a gate we couldn't get access to with a lever. We know where that key fits. Hopefully there's some nice treasures in here. Which there are. Alright. Let's get off this godforsaken island. A bit of a sun shower. Back to Breville. Oh good, it's raining here too. In fact, you know, I think the rain suits Breville much better. Seeing good weather in Breville is like watching a 2 go out with a 10, you know? There's something wrong. I'm going to the silver hole in the water. Guy's dead. No point going back there. Cosmos the cheat.
One more coin, and I can get a pair of shoes.
Alright.
Thank you, kind sir.
Just like that, we also have the inconsistent voice files. Time to deliver some bad news. So, you can take that wedding ring off.
Something's wrong, I can tell. What's happened to Alaron? When
Sorry there, son. He's dead.
Look on your face, I knew something had happened to him. And what of that fetcher, Curtin? Then Alaron's death has been avenged. I told him that the gambling would lead to this, that foolish man, but he never listened. Before you go, I have this for you. Alaron told me that if he ever got in trouble, this could be used to bail him out of jail.
Big bag of money, isn't it?
He'll not be needing it
No,
any
a
longer.
book. Great.
And I want you to have it. I'll not take no for an answer. I know you did all you could, and for that I thank you. Now please, go in peace. I wish to be alone.
Alright. So, not the happiest ending to the story. But yeah, that's just one of the many stories I'm sure you're all aware of that's in Breville. Those of you who loved and played Oblivion. But yes, I think this is where we will conclude our stream. Should be everything. Yeah. So, stay tuned. I believe we have a special reveal coming up next.
That's right. Yeah, alright everyone. So, after that amazing showcase, up next is our special reveal for the Skyblivion project. We hope that you enjoy, and I'll see you in a couple minutes afterwards for some quick Q&A. So remember to keep posting those questions in the chat, folks. All right, everyone. So, after that amazing showcase, it's on to our special reveal for the Skyblivion project. We hope you enjoy. Oh, terribly sorry. I'm reading the completely wrong thing. So, welcome back, everyone. I'm here with Kettlewitch. Kettlewitch, why don't you introduce yourself?
How you doing?
Tell everyone what your role is on the project.
I'm Kettlewitch. I'm one of the project leads for the Thrass project, and delighted to be here. And I'd like to say thank you for ModCon for having us this year. It's great to be here.
Yeah, awesome. All right. So, I mean, first off, for those of us who aren't really as familiar with Thrass, can you tell us a little bit about it?
Sure. It's never really appeared in any of the TES games. The characters, the slow characters, are Slugmen Necromancers, who have a long and proud history of trying to wipe Alanor and pretty much all High Elves. Like the bad guys of TES is definitely the where they're at.
Right, right. Okay, so when and how did this project start? Tell us a little bit about that.
Oh, well, it started a long time ago on the Dare Creations forums. Kind of grew there. There was a lot of. It started as chat. Took a long time to move from chat into sort of reality, if you like, kind of thing. But it's gone through a few iterations. But we're here. We're pretty strong, and looking forward to doing more and reaching out to the community.
Yeah, awesome. I really love the whole look of the location. But it's pretty different from Skyrim. So, what were some of the difficulties trying to translate that sort of unique style into Skyrim's engine?
We had to take a leap of faith, if you like, because there's a lot about Thrass, like you say, the artistic style and other things that are not your standard TES game. So, like, a lot of it is, taking that leap of faith that we can do, survival horror. It probably moved more into cosmic horror at this stage, but
Yeah.
definitely survival horror, cosmic horror. The player probably not being as powerful as there's, are in other games, and mods being a little bit less consequential, maybe a little out of their depth when they hit the islands of Thrass. So I'm looking forward to playing with all that.
Right. Yeah. No. It's a very unique direction. I'm excited to play through it. Yeah. So, is there anything specifically you'd like to tell us about this? Anything you just want to let the viewers know?
Well, I think there's a section. There will be open. Any guys, if you have any questions or whatever, there's a segment coming up at the end of the day that I believe all the showcased smaller projects that have been on over the last 2 days are going to have a sit down and have a little chat, so you can find out more then. This is just more short reveal. Hope you enjoyed the trailer. I've got a little bit of concept art thing going on there in the background, and yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. Well, that was a fantastic look at Thrass. Our next segment is the Q&A segment. So please keep posting those questions. We'll get to them if and when we can, and we will start that right about now. See you in a sec. All right. Hey everyone, welcome back, and welcome to the Q&A segment of today's stream, where you'll be able to have all of your questions answered by the wonderful folks on the Skyblivion team. So, I have 2 people here. If you guys could just go ahead and introduce yourselves, say what you do on the project, that'd be great.
So I'm Dee, you just heard from me. I'm a lead level designer, co-lead level designer of Skyblivion.
And I'm Wesley. I am the coder, often called tech wizard lead for Skyblivion.
All right, awesome. So, we will hop right into some community questions that we've been collecting along the way during the stream today. So, first off, from looks like Dragon Riker, how far done are the Great Forest and Westweld regions?
So those are actually 2 of the regions that are probably in the most like heavy state of construction at the minute, because the Great Forest to us is, it's in both the Great Forest and the Westweld or areas that are like very special to us. The Westweld for being so, it's like color, or Cyrodiil's known for being extremely colorful, but the Westweld is where it really like becomes saturated, and the Great Forest is just, you know, we always kind of remember it, even in Oblivion, which might look dated now. Remember it as some colossal forest that you could get lost in. So it's something we really wanted to spend time on getting right. So I'd probably say that's the furthest back progress. Let me just get us a good time of day here.
So another question from Gazelle. Will Skyblivion support other languages, like German, for example?
So I believe any language that Oblivion got localization for, we should be able to bring those audio files over. So hopefully.
Awesome, yeah. And then another question from someone whose name is just name. What have been some interesting challenges in remaking Oblivion?
Ooh, interesting challenges.
Yeah, it's a broad one.
Yeah, I can actually chime in on this one.
Yeah.
Oblivion uses something that we typically call OB script, which is a scripting language they use for quests. Skyrim uses a language called Papyrus. And so one of the chief challenges for me was to assist with the conversion from one language to another. One was a pretty simple and dated language, and trying to move that into a more advanced and capable system. And so just right off the bat, converting the quest system, they don't even talk the same language. So we had to write a translator, basically translated one set of instructions into another to get quests working.
Yeah, I think creatively, one challenging thing about Skyblivion is trying to find out what stays, what goes, because you're recreating it. I think one of the things we realized we were doing was we were recreating it from memory, and you know, our memories look a lot better than the real thing. It's like a funny thing whenever our weathers came in and we took a look at our weathers compared to old Oblivions. Like, we always remembered Oblivion having like beautiful, vibrant weathers, but when we compared it to an Oblivion image, Oblivion was much more muted compared to ours. So it's funny how you see like sometimes your memory can be much more saturated than what the actual thing was. But I guess it's a challenging thing trying to find what the vast majority of people remembered and loved about Oblivion, and keeping that and remembering what definitely you know, could be improved upon and what could go. Is there any other questions? Or I hope you haven't muted yourself, Karis.
I got some questions for you, D. Hi.
Hey, Diegler. You're not
My
Karis.
name is Diegler, and I will be filling in for Karis as his internet randomly went out. Sorry about that, guys.
It seems to be going wrong because Kyle seems to have had internet issues and he disappeared. But thankfully, we also have Heavy Burns joining us today as well now.
I have also appeared as our project lead has mysteriously disappeared due to power outages. So I have risen from the ashes to save the question and answers stream. Here we go.
Welcome. Yeah, please. What was the last question Karis asked you? It was biggest challenges. Yeah.
Unique
what are your
challenges?
favorite areas or locations in the Skyblivion build currently? This is asked by Lilum.
Ooh. I feel like it's an unfair question at the minute because I haven't seen Kyle's latest Glovian Highlands yet, or Gold Coast, which is... Oh, I was going to say I might have it, but I don't have the latest build. So no, I don't. Why is there 3 mud crabs down at the beach?
Leslie, do you have a particular favorite place in the build that you like to visit? Or do you not get to go into the build very often?
Well, right. So I actually don't like to explore too much because I like to, I want to save some for the final product. But I like just walking around the Imperial City and walking around the exterior, because that was such a great memory for me, being in that area and sort of seeing it from far off and walking up close. I like to explore the different paths up to White Gold Tower as you see it from far away and stuff. So that's my favorite thing, just being around the Imperial City and just getting a little taste of those feelings that I had a long time ago as I do the very same thing back on the Xbox 360.
Yeah, for sure. Heavy Burns, you got a favorite place?
I
You
would
do
say
a ton of cinematography, so you got some good shots, maybe.
Exactly. This is where my answer comes from. Is one of my most favorite areas in Skyblivion is actually Sanctuary, because it's so unique and different compared to one, the rest of Oblivion, but two, the rest of any Elder Scrolls I've seen so far. It's got this really spooky atmosphere. The architecture is really cool, and it's just got this really unsettling kind of tone to it, which really helps sell that final mission where you go there. I think we've shown it off before, which is it's a key part of me filming in a lot of videos now.
For sure, yeah.
I'm back. I'm alive. So sorry about that. My internet dropped out.
Welcome, Kairos. The last question I asked them was about favorite areas or locations. So the next one's from Rex the Butterfly King. I will let you take it away.
All right. Yeah, so from Rex the Butterfly King, how has the landscaping department made the world feel alive compared to static? For example, how have they used critters such as butterflies to add life to otherwise empty areas?
Sorry, you cut out a little bit there. But one thing, funny enough, that gives a lot of life to the landscape is something we haven't yet gotten to inject into it, which is Navmesh, which is the ability for wolves to chase deer, Imperial Foresters to chase wolves and deer. I definitely think that the thing that will give it life is when we finally get that Navmeshing in there. It seems like maybe the importance of Navmesh might get overlooked a lot. Because it's just, someone might think of it simply as just, oh, where NPCs can walk, but a lot of people don't think that just what that means for the game is people going about their schedules, people taking trips from one city to another. I definitely think that will give it life, because anytime we do get Navmesh plugged in to an area that's finished, it definitely gives it a lot more life. I mean, these wolves are walking about now, I don't know how, but... yeah. So things still feel pretty static at the minute, but that's usually the thing that gives, for me, that gives it life.
Awesome. All right. Am I still cutting out, or am I good?
You're good.
You are good.
All right. Awesome. So the next question is from Thornholt. When showcasing Skyblivion, it's always the remaster that's being mentioned. Is there any info out there regarding the port version?
I have So our quest guys primarily work on the port. So whenever they're doing quests, they get it working in the port first, and then they haven't really gone over yet and gotten them to work on the remaster. They're going to get them all working on the port first, and then that's when they tackle the quests in the remaster. But as you just saw with our showcase there, I don't want to say it, but sometimes they just work. And like that potato quest, for example, when ported over to the remaster, it worked perfectly fine. There wasn't really too much. There wasn't too many like massive differences to cause issues to the quest. So for the status of it, I do believe we still intend to release Skyblivion, like the straight port version, alongside the remaster. I think it's because we've shown off the remaster so much that we wouldn't want to give the port away first as the first impression. Yeah, to be honest, I don't know too much about the base since I'm a remaster boy.
All right. Next question from Corinthian. Will arenas originally planned for every city be implemented in Skyblivion?
Sadly not. I wish we could, since we're working with the voice files we do have, or the voice files Oblivion had. Sadly, I don't believe there's any surviving audio from whenever that quest was planned, or if it was ever recorded in the first place. That's one of those things that I look forward to a modder doing. You know, similar to the battery built quests. You know, these are things that it would take us a lot of time to implement. It would a very, very long time to do that. But yeah, sadly we can't.
Yeah, I think one thing we're trying to do more purposefully is keep it kind of as simple as possible in terms of whatever was in Oblivion will be in Skyblivion for now. And if there's any extra content that maybe wants to be made after, then you can look at making, you know, the team's own DLCs after the originals come out and things like that. But for now, it's just going to stick to whatever was in Oblivion will be in Skyblivion.
Awesome. The next question comes from Anonymia. Is there marriage in Skyblivion?
Sadly not.
Is there marriage? No. Okay.
Yeah, it's another thing where we're very, very limited by the voice files. I suppose it's a good thing as well because the voice files keep us contained to not too much like feature creep.
I wasn't actually sure if there's any marriage in Oblivion, but from that answer, I guess not then.
No. Again, these are all amazing ideas for the mod, or a mod to be added to Skyblivion, because there's a lot of stuff like that, similar to like another one is like the Hearthfire capability of being able to make your own house. I can't wait because we've done so much landscaping in areas where it would be perfect to build a house. I would love to see someone mod Skyblivion and add in like Hearthfire compatibility
and add in children because they don't exist in Oblivion.
Oh yeah, kids don't exist here. It's
so if you wanted
perfect
Hearthfire,
paradise for adults.
Yeah. Send them through the trap run you did earlier. That's where they all go.
Full adults just crawl out of the ground.
I just noticed that we don't have audio for the game. I'll give them that. They want.
Oh. Okay. Next question is I'm probably gonna butcher this. Savle CZ. So Skyblivion isn't rewriting the dialogue topics into actual sentences like Skywind?
I'm not too sure. Like,
isn't that on a per? Well, is that on a per quest implemented basis? Like, if there's one that's really abstract and doesn't make sense, then they might do it. But for the most part, if it fits well into the quest structure, then it's probably going to stay the same as far as I've seen so far.
Right,
Yes.
I believe that's right.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I think we're letting the the automatic conversion do its thing, but there are cases where we need to step in and add scenes and really make some. There are some converted quests just don't work, and so as needed, we add what we need to get the quests to work whenever there's really no parallel from the Oblivion system that was required by the original quest as we take it into the Skyrim system.
Cool. The next question is from Criff3. Would you guys release Skyblivion's UI as standalone, like the clothing you guys did for Nexus? I'd really like to use the UI.
I think that would be nice. I'm not too sure. We usually, when it comes to, I fell for a trap. God damn it! Ow. I think for us, it usually refers to like the creator of it. So usually, if somebody makes an armor for us, like the Necromancer armor we released or the Steel armor, if they want to release it, we allow it. I don't see us having too much of an issue releasing the UI, but I think we're still working on it. Still some things being kinked out. So I would like to think we would finish it first before releasing it.
Cool. So the next question is from Lilim. What are some key differences when comparing original Elder Scrolls 4 and Skyblivion?
Probably the level design and world design. It's probably the biggest. It's I think
I would say most notably the dungeons for sure.
Yeah. See, I'm not sure what it's like for Skywind, like how they would define their mod, but for us, it's like we're kind of all three. We're a port, we're a remaster, and we're a remake in like a lot of different areas. We're a port in the fact that well, our quests and story are all ported, quite literally. We're a remaster in some aspects where some of those quests get tightened up a little bit, they run a bit better, they're a bit smoother, and you get the full remake, which is all the armors, all the character designs, all the world designs. Yeah, I'd say, you know, kind of everything visual is the big difference. Whereas kind of, I'd say atmosphere-wise, we've tried to keep that the same. And
yeah, I think you've done a great job on that, just from what I've seen. Another, just a quick question from Carl Johnson. Will there be crossbows in Skyblivion?
No, because my Yeek doesn't like them. I do believe there is a line by my Yeek. So there's all these things that were in Morrowind that didn't get put into Oblivion, and Maik has like a cheeky line for each of them. Even he mentions children as well, because I think Maik became a joke that the developers would do. Like anytime they were going through like the Elder Scrolls like forums, like reading messages from fans saying why don't you put this in, why don't you put that in, they would sometimes have Maik give a cheeky line. I can't remember Maik's line for the crossbow, but I think maybe he feels they're a bit of a cheat. So I think it would be funny, or it would be a bit odd to have those cheeky lines from Maik, but then also have the stuff that he's talking about in.
You should have Maik be the only person who wields a crossbow in the game, just to rub it in.
There's a good idea.
Make it meta that way.
Do not cross Maik, or he will shoot you with a crossbow.
Okay, the next one is from Dante King. Can we see the perk tree?
So
I mean,
that's
it's the same as Skyrim one, right? At the moment.
Yeah, that's certainly a part where we haven't really finished the UI. 100% sure on what we're doing on it, but yeah, it literally looks like Skyrim.
Cool. Next question is from something. Will Skyblivion have any standalone content like a pre-release?
Sadly not. That's one thing Beyond Skyrim kind of gets the benefit of, is they're able to kind of chop up as they go, but it's just so difficult to know where we would be able to chop up Skyblivion, as well as an absolute headache technical wise.
Yeah, it'd probably take more work to like chop it up and make a pre-release than if you just waited around for it just to get fully made and come out, right?
Yeah, probably.
All right, next question from Jaden Derby. Will everything Skyblivion makes become modders resources when it releases?
Oh, down bottom, you just scared the shit out of me. As for permissions, I'm not too familiar. We can't wait for people to mod it, so he killed me. So we're using our assets in our mods for Skyblivion, yeah, we're all for it. I suppose it's always a difficult thing to figure out. I'm stuck in a time loop. It's time for God mode. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we are gonna be pretty open with our permissions.
I think it depends on the asset as well. Depends who made it, what they want, and probably it depends what the actual permissions are on porting, like using them in Skyrim and things like that as well. So it's probably something we'll have to figure out, and people will know by release, I assume.
Yeah. All right. So, next question comes from Motionless Flame. Will Skyblivion have custom loading screens?
Yes. We're very sad that we couldn't like get a preview of it in before the showcase, but they are currently being worked on. They will feature like a 3D diorama style to it.
Yeah, it's got this like 3D parallax style. If you go to the first dev diary we posted, you can see examples of it in there. But they're sort of it would be the same effect, but they were 3D renders, and at the moment they're currently being implemented properly into the game. So they're being worked on. But yeah, you can see examples of that in the first dev diary, and I will say they're very, very cool as far as loading screens go.
Awesome. Next question from Lilum. Will the gameplay feel similar for a Skyrim player, or will Skyblivion aim to bring back gameplay elements from the original Oblivion?
I think it'll feel pretty similar to Skyrim. Definitely, yeah, I think it will feel mostly... Sadly, we couldn't get things like acrobatics in, at least not yet. But yeah, it'll feel pretty similar to Skyrim.
I think there's some gameplay features we're thinking about / working on, and if they work, then great, they'll be put in. If they don't, then they don't. There's things like quick casting and things like that. If they work and are able to get done, then they'll be in. If they're a bit goofy or don't work properly or just aren't possible, then it'll be basically the same as Skyrim gameplay wise.
I think a good example, I think an example of one that's actually finished, and it's more of a matter of what people want. It's a funny one. Is somebody came to us and showed us a working prototype of the Oblivion style lockpicking, and I've seen people say they like Skyrim's more, people say they like Oblivion's more, and I think this person's on our team now, and I think it's like it's finished, it's working, it's just not in our build yet. So yeah, we could do stuff like that.
I'm super excited to see that that's the case. I love new mechanical things in any mod or game or anything like that, so if the lockpicking is working, then that would be really, really cool to see, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think I would play with Oblivion's lockpicking just because it's different.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the next question is from Umper0. These Skyblivion guys are pretty fun to watch. They should stream on Twitch?
Hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Yeah.
Yeah, we stream pretty regularly. A lot of landscaping work, a lot of interior design work. Those that don't know, I'm terrible at lockpicking.
All right, next question from Systematic Disparity X. What's been the most difficult / rewarding process to make Skyblivion a reality? What are some major pushbacks, and how did you overcome said issues?
I think sometimes thing can set you back is getting burnt out, kind of losing steam and stuff like that, but what it usually is the pushback, the thing to set you back on track is seeing other people's work. Like Sharon work on Skyblivion is it's pretty encouraged, because when people see it, they get inspired, and when they get inspired, they want to continue working in order to complement the work that has inspired them.
Yeah, one of those forms I think is the dev diaries in particular, where
they help
even
amazingly.
members of the team, even members of the team that are already there, we have a massive boon of work after a dev diary comes out, because everyone feels like inspired. They're like, oh yeah, it's like everything's working out and looking great and everything. So a lot of the time when you're working on your own area or your own department, you only really see what you do unless you're active in the Discords and check up on the community and things. So when you see work being presented in a dev diary or something, I feel like it helps inspire new people to join, and a lot of the people that are already here.
Absolutely. All right, the next question comes from someone, unfortunately, I cannot read Cyrillic at all. But will we be able to equip Greaves separately from the Cuirass?
Sadly not. Our armors work more like Skyrim's. I believe we're still trying to figure it out because it's not part of the base game, but I believe down the line there will be only one armor that will work that way, which will be Greaves separate from the Cuirass. It'll be the Knights of the Nine, simply because there's a quest attached to each individual piece, which makes it a bit more difficult. But I think it was just easier for us.
Yeah, I assume the chest piece would then replace just the cuirass in like every other armor then, instead of...
Yeah, we've shot about some ideas, occasionally, like how to address it. We'll figure it out eventually.
Or maybe you have to collect the Greaves and the cuirass and then like merge them together. I don't know.
We also
We're coming
thought
up with ideas live here.
We thought about not letting the player put any of the armor on until it was completely complete. And, yeah. I wonder, this might be a slight gameplay change, what we might see, which is shooting arrows at levers opens them. I did that specifically just to let my level designers have a bit of fun with placing levers in awkward spots, just to force the player to look up every once in a while.
We'll take any puzzle advantages we get in Skyrim, because there aren't many choices in puzzle department, unfortunately.
Yeah. Next question, also from someone whose name is in Cyrillic. At what stage of development are you now, and what will you do in the future?
So, it's difficult to say what stage we're at in development now. Just because it's difficult to get a percentage on stuff like that. I did say we hope to have the overworld finished by the end of the year. Hoping we can do that, and once that begins, it means nav meshing can get started on that. And once nav meshing gets started on that, the world will feel a bit more alive. Quest seems to be going pretty well. There's not much for us to figure out. We know the work we have to do, and it's just getting it done.
Yeah, and you just have to get over some of those hurdles, like certain level designers can't work until architecture is done and things like that. So you could say like there's this amount of areas left to make level design wise, but then that might not even be able to get started until we get another architecture guy on and the 3D work is done. So it's kind of hard to say like this is how far along we are, because that might not even translate into time at all, depending on what it is.
Got it. All right, well, I think we've got time for a couple more questions. Have you guys added any Easter eggs?
Oh, yeah.
Just a few. We've added maybe so many Easter eggs that people have to stop adding Easter eggs when they feel like adding Easter eggs. So at the moment, we're railing back the Easter eggs kind of stage of development.
Yeah, because I'm the lead of interior design and landscaping, so I'm terrified of Easter eggs, because the whole point of them is the level designers hide them. I don't want them to hide them from me, because if they're a very stupid Easter egg and a very obvious one, or like something so obscure that would like date the game horribly, I don't want it in. But they keep hiding it from me.
All right. Well, I think that brings us to the end of this Q&A segment. Thank you guys so much. This has been great. Anything you guys want to say before we head to the next segment?
Yeah, if you're a 3D architecture person, please sign up because we need you. And the level designers need you too. If you're a level designer, sign up because we need you. Basically, if you want to take part, sign up because please, we need you. We're going to get a video of Kyle crying on camera, begging for help. So
Yeah, we really wanted them to do that video.
Oh, that'll work for sure.
That's going to be updates.
Yeah, a quick reminder that all of the links for the respective projects' social medias are in the description, and you can find all of their YouTube channels and such here on YouTube. So yeah, thank you so much to all of you for participating, joining us for the Q&A. And next up is the Humble Beginnings segment, where the developers of the biggest Skyrim modding projects have come together to talk about their respective starts with each of their projects. All right. Hello, everyone. This is the Humble Beginnings segment. Joining us, and to start us off, I've got a couple questions prepared here, and then we will eventually transition into audience questions. So make sure to put your burning questions in the chat, and we'll try to get to as many as we can. First off, let's just have everyone introduce themselves. Go ahead and say your name, what project you're from, and just what your general role is on that project.
Can I start?
Yeah, sure.
Hi, my name is Sel, and I'm the lead writer for Cyrodiil. We are a project that is bringing a new island, well, archipelago, I should say, to the east of Tamriel.
Hello, I'm Desiree. I'm the project manager of Thrass, and we make the slowed lands of Thrass with all the necromancers and stuff.
And
Hello.
last but not sorry.
I'm Forcefield, and I'm developing Olenveld, the undead island that you will explore in the future.
And last but not least, I'm Rob C.B. Wilson. I am a lead for Beyond Skyrim Elsewhere, Beyond Skyrim Valenwood, Eleanor, and I'm also the Beyond Skyrim PR lead.
Awesome. Well, welcome everyone. So first off is just the big question of the day for this Humble Beginnings segment is, how did each of these projects start? How did they come into fruition? If we want to just go down the list again, the same order, that's fine, or people can popcorn as they like.
Yeah, sure. Well, we started about 3 years ago, and we were basically, well, we started from scratch, I'd just say. I mean, the place we're working for has about 3 sentences in law, so obviously we started from a very little, and we had to basically build up very big bits of it over time.
Yeah, I think I'm going next. Thrass started with just a few people talking on a forum, then collecting themselves, building ideas, making a more defined view of what Thrass is. And then we have different versions of Thrass in history because we've been a few years of development, and now we have a stable team that gets a lot of things done.
Yeah, so actually well, I had an idea for a mod that could maybe perhaps bring me some experience in the field for game developer. I actually ended up going into software development, but the idea of being an indie dev still persists. And I started out with small projects on the creation kit, never showed them in the light of day, but then I read a book in Skyrim about a mysterious island, and that island was Olenveld, and it got me intrigued. And I was like searching everywhere. Well, is there a mod? Is there any reference? Is there anything about this island? And no, nobody did it. So yeah, let's start developing Olenveld. And I basically learned everything that I know today about the CK through developing the island. And yeah, it's been an awesome journey.
And in terms of Valenwood, so Mr. JGT and I have known each other for quite a considerable time, and we talked about creating a Valenwood mod at some point in the future. About 2.5 years ago, we were involved in another Valenwood team that didn't work out quite so well. And after we left that, we decided that we would finally go ahead and grasp the nettle. So we created our own Valenwood team in May of 2020 and steadily built it under the United banner, and we're always with the goal of applying to join Beyond Skyrim, which we did successfully not very long ago at all, which means we've transitioned from TES Valenwood to Beyond Skyrim Valenwood, and here we are.
Awesome. So a really big part of all of these, large Skyrim modding projects is the communities that they develop. So what I'm interested in is how you cultivate these communities. How does each project handle recruitment, stuff like that?
Can I start? In Thrass, I think we do things a little bit different than others because we find sources where we can get specialists in specific fields, like where to get writers, where to get 3D artists, where to get 2D artists, and then we go out, present ourselves, and say, "Hey, become part of our team." And when it comes to our PR, we try to do it with different social media platforms and try to give a steady stream of content. So every Sunday, you're gonna see something about Thrass on our Twitter, on our Reddit, and in our Discord server. So guys, check it out. Thrass, it's a nice project.
Well, as Veronia, we like to be as bold as possible. So, well, basically, we try many different kinds of options. So we have our conventional sort of application form that people can write on to put stuff about their skills if they want to. But we also look at ArtStation, and we just kind of say everything about ourselves and all the members that we've recruited, and we basically just say where we come from and hope for the best that people will be interested in joining the journey of creating this new land for us.
Well, from my side for Olenveld, yeah, well, I'm basically developing everything, and how I handle recruiting is I don't usually handle recruiting at all because this is a personal record. I'm more of a jack of all trades. However, I cannot stress enough how helpful the community has been. For example, I had a user that basically my computer crashed. I lost backups. I lost everything, and well, the Black Pixel fixed my ESP. So usually when I need help, I ping my servers, usually my server and the Skyrim mod server for any help. I had a guy that made the soundtrack, the main theme soundtrack, the consolist. I also pinged my server for if anyone was available for a soundtrack. For voice acting, I usually ping my servers too. So I put a placement on my server and on the Discord server of the Skyrim Voice Alliance, and that's how I recruit people from the outside. But the development is 99% on my end.
So from my end, obviously coming from a Beyond Skyrim team and Mr. JGT as well, we built Valenwood in exactly the same vein. We recruit in a very similar way to Elsewhere. The one thing that the rest of you haven't mentioned so far is how the team actually works. So one of the things that we were very keen on in Elsewhere and also in Valenwood is creating an awesome team spirit. People obviously come and go, but they don't leave because they don't like the team and they don't like the working environment. And we're also extraordinarily organized.
Yeah, that's something we do in Desronia as well. We like to make sure that everyone is treated fairly and everyone knows what is happening. Person.
Yeah, in Thrass too. We go out of our way to contact our developers, say, hey, are you alright? How are you working? And I think it's very important that we need to remember that this is a volunteer project, and everyone can do as much as they can. But for that is volunteer, we actually achieve a lot. So yeah, I'm proud of my team.
Very cool. On that topic, how do you motivate your team? How do you keep things going? Because, like you mentioned, it is a volunteer project.
Oh, you start.
Sorry. No, you can start because you started talking first.
Okay. Well, I write my team members every 1 or 2 months. Then we have every Sunday open free meetings where you can come, you can work on Thrass things, but it's no worries if you work on something else. Then we try to give our members like an overview of what's happening in Thrass, because sometimes if you're just a 3D artist, you don't know what's happening in level design, what's happening in writing. And lastly, we just try to make it clear that if you have real life obligations, it's not so bad, but when you do something, we are happy.
Yeah, we pretty much do the same as what Desabri said. We also like to just keep things steady and like always come up with new ideas, always keep brainstorming in the project, because I think it's important that everyone gets a say in like what happens and what comes through in the mod.
Well, from my side, this is gonna sound weird, but I actually motivate myself because this project, I consider it a thank you, as a thank you project for the community. Skyrim helped me through my teen years and throughout young adult life, and it was a really good escapism, and I can't thank the community enough. So I'm making a mod back, like a goodbye, because I don't have that much time enough to develop or even play. But I motivate myself to finish the mod and say a big thank you for everyone. And I'm glad to see the community alive. And yeah, sometimes on brainstorming and stuff like that, I usually have dreams on a daily basis with the mod. So I know this is weird, but I dream about my progress and I dream about the development. So yeah, who knows? Maybe a Daedric prince is letting me know what to do. I don't know.
Oh boy, if I would dream about Thrass, I think I would go crazy. Like, if something doesn't vomit, if he sees my mod, I did something wrong.
Strange things happen.
So in addition to what everyone else has said already, one of the things that I focus most on Elsewhere and Valenwood is what I can give back to people. So they give us our free time and contribute to our mod. So I'm very keen on making sure that people are aware that they can build portfolios for whatever they wish to do on ArtStation and other places. I've also acted as a referee and reference for interviews and other things like that, so that we can give something back to these people who give us so much.
Yeah, that has happened quite a bit on our team as well, where we've had people who've like gone into skills from our team, and they've obviously gone onto other jobs, or they've got even better jobs than they could ever hope for, just because they've gotten all this experience.
Yeah.
Awesome. Oh yeah, what were you gonna say?
Oh, I just wanted to mention that a few of our developers made the jump to real industry work, and yeah, that's also a thing that people can get a lot of experiences in modding projects and grow from there and develop as a developer.
Yeah, totally. All right, so next question. How much collaboration has there been between projects, and how do you facilitate that?
Oh, you mean projects between other projects?
Yeah, whatever in the modding community, between you guys itself or whatever.
Okay. Well, in Australia, obviously we're set to the east, so obviously we try to go for when we communicate with other provinces and projects, we obviously communicate with ones that are like close to Australia. So they'll often be in Tamriel, or they'll be another Padamaic Isle. So obviously, like projects like Valenwood, we've had a little bit of communication with them, and elsewhere, like Rob. But yeah, we obviously just tried to keep that communication basis ongoing all the time, and it really helps because obviously when we like share assets, it can like speed up progress a lot of the time.
Yeah, especially if two regions are doing the same thing. For example, Skyblivion and Iliac Bay did something we did too, and we did something they did. So we just shared around what we had, and we both saved a lot of time. I think we more than them, but we are very thankful.
Yeah, from my side, between projects, I actually helped two projects get their interior dungeons and gave some tips. But for example, I know Beyond Skyrim is also doing a little bit of their version of Valenwood, and that kinda some people might get a misconception that I'm working for Beyond Skyrim while I'm not, but there is space for both of the mods, and while they don't reveal much details, and I'm glad because I'm really curious about it, and the suspense is thrilling me. I will try to, when I release the mod, I'll try to accompany them, or perhaps do some patch or compatibility, or even make my story a little bit more open-ended on my side, so both mods can participate in the whole community as a whole.
So in terms of Valenwood, obviously as we are part of the Dominion provinces, Eleanor, elsewhere in Valenwood, we've collaborating with them. We've actually actively collaborated with elsewhere. So the armor that you saw on the Valenwood trailer was made by our wonderful 3D lead, but was actually implemented by elsewhere. And as a trade for that, Valenwood made an armor for elsewhere. So that's the type of active collaboration that we're working on. We're also working on a slightly more passive version of the same, where the 3 Dominion teams will pool their resources. So, for example, generic rocks that can be used anywhere in any province are being shared. They're being pooled, and then they will be collected up, and each team is then free to texture them with their own individual textures, so that you end up with 3 times as many generic rocks. So those are the kind of things that we're looking at and have already done between the Dominion provinces in particular.
Awesome. We're gonna flip it over to audience questions now. So yeah, keep throwing those in the chat, guys. First question from Hey There Abs. If you were to start your projects over, what would you do differently?
I think for Skyrim we would have a very solid idea, because we've had a lot of changes made from our lore from the beginning. It's obviously been very up and down, like a roller coaster, but if we had like a solid plan of our cities and our story from the beginning, I think that could be just a good basis of where we're going to go and what we're going to end up at, really.
Well, from my side, for Ollenveld, if I had to start again from scratch, I think what I would do differently was a better balance between making stuff on the fly and planning it, because I can't really count the amount of times that I had to reiterate a city, a quest, a dialogue, a scenery, a landscape, because I did those things on the fly, and while they looked cool, sometimes they didn't link well with other stuff, so I had to reiterate and go back to the drawing board, write some stuff on my notepad, try to plan better the things, and then actually doing them. So yeah, definitely working a better balance between planning and doing.
Yeah, in Thrass, we had some different phases because the team changed in its members and our goals changed because we did it for a few years. And I think the Thrass that exists now is only 3 to 4 years old. Like, we have the assets, we have the build and stuff like that, but there was a lot of fluctuation. Like, our project director, Kettledge, is like our pillar. But other than that, a lot changed. People had other plans, directions changed. We wanted to do new things. And I think we are on a good path, but the problem that we didn't manage from the start is to decide what our scope would be. In Thrass, like, at one point we said, okay, we have too many weapons, we have too many armors, we need to get something done, we need to cut. And then we sat down a week and cut down everything, see what is the most important thing. And I wish we had done this sooner, but we learn from our problems and make steady progress.
So for Valenwood, because as I said earlier, we started on an initial Valenwood team and then left it for various reasons. After that, Mr. JGT and I sat down and we looked at what went wrong, what we did wrong, and how we could improve. And we spent, I think it was about 6 months just planning with just the two of, it was the loneliest server you've ever been on. It was a team server with just me and Mr. JGT, but we sat down there. He spent months and months and months nailing down all of the lore from ESO and all other sources, making sure that it was all together, and then so that we had a absolutely watertight and stable foundation that we could then build from. And then once we had that foundation, we then invited other people in to help us out. So that was the thing that we learned the most from our experiences.
Awesome. So the next question is from Lilum. Is there a milestone or a particular achievement that you're looking forward to?
Yes. You first.
Okay. Well, obviously getting these cities in game is quite a exciting thing, because I feel like cities are just, you can play a lot with them and make them their own character. So that would be mine, just cities and seeing all the NPCs going through them, just having all these different quests and quest line. I just think it's so interesting to see where it goes. When you plan a city and then it's just there. It's just there. You can explore the whole thing.
Yeah, for Thrass, it's like what I'm really excited about are our Sloth-themed assets, because we have a lot of other things, Marma things, and other cultures. But when it comes to Sloth assets, it's something kind of unique in the Elder Scrolls world. And to see a tile set out of red coral, slime, and body horror ventilators or every type of furniture. And then you bring it in game, you make level design, and to see it all coming together, that would make me really excited. And then the biggest milestone would be to see Sloths in game, moving, acting, interacting. And that would be great. I'm really excited for this.
Yeah, well, for Olenveld, I guess the biggest milestone I could achieve is the community's approval. In the sense that in my case, as a sole developer, I have tons of work writing all the quests and doing all the level design that I'm risking being repetitive or monotonous on some areas of the mod, and I'm trying to avoid that. And I'm really trying to release something that people can enjoy. That's the most important thing. I don't care about endorsements, I don't care about downloads. I just want, if one person downloaded the mod and told me, well, your story was awesome, that will already make my heart full.
So for Valenwood, we've been in a very unique position because we were waiting to join Beyond Skyrim. We have, until we joined Beyond Skyrim, had no height map whatsoever. So the thing that I'm looking forward to the most is actually doing some level design, because up until now we didn't have anywhere to do it.
That actually brings me to a quick question for Valenwood. Specifically, Kieran Brennan asks, will Valenwood be its own world space or sharing one?
It shares the same world space as Cyrodiil and Elsewhere, so the Heartland world space.
Very cool. All right, next question from PP Klon. How do you all work together within your teams? What's the collaboration like specifically within those teams?
We just like to. Well, obviously, we said before that we like to make everyone be treated equally, but we like to make the departments all work together very closely. So, let's say writers, obviously, they're going to start at the very foundation, but then they will work with the 2D department, and then the 2D department will go to the 3D department, obviously, and then yeah, it would just go on like that, and it just really works because it means everyone's happy with what's been put on into the next step.
I think the correct phrase you're looking for, Sel, is it just works.
Yeah, it just works.
Yeah, but what's really amazing is when you have like a 2D artist and he posts his progress, and then a 3D artist chimes in and say, hey, can you do this and this to have better views and can do this better? Or the 3D artist does something and say, hey, the concept art should be like this. Or then the level designer comes and said, yeah, but we need to have this asset like this and that, or it doesn't fit. Like when everyone comes together and just makes it work, like you said.
Like a cake. All working together like a cake, all coming together.
All right, I think we've got a few minutes left here, so we'll go to the next question real quick. What has been a challenge for your project, and what do you feel is a strength for your project?
Our strength?
Sure, go ahead, Desabu.
Yeah, our strength is productivity. Like, we pump out assets like it's nothing. I think a weakness that Thrass could have is we're kinda very niche. We're kinda very grotesque, and it's not like everyone's cup of tea. And not everyone can work in Thrass. Like, if someone makes a zombie and they need references, and it's like the bloated water type, they have to look at the real thing, and that can be not for everyone.
Well, for Olenveld, I think my biggest strength is my resilience. I do not quit the mods. I'm gonna be honest. I've thought about it for like 3-4 times because it was just a whole lot of work for me. But I haven't quit. Never did. But my biggest weakness, I think, is sometimes I kind of can get a bit lost. For example, with concept art, I'm no artist in the 2D or 3D concept art department. I am dabbling now a bit on Blender and creating some assets for Olenveld. So yeah, I'm also dabbling into 3D modeling. But my biggest weakness, I think, is try not to get lost on your tasks, and perhaps organization and planning and stuff like that, and maybe a bit of motivation, because sometimes it gets dull writing scripts, writing quests, implementing and wiring it all together. It gets kind of dull. So yeah.
I'd say our biggest strength is definitely our dedication and our love for just working on the project. Like, we're all here to go through a learning process, and I think that's just really great for everyone, how we all teach each other different things and how we learn so many new things that we didn't know before. And I'd say a weakness is definitely what Force was saying, that lack of motivation can definitely hit. Like, when I get writer's block, that can definitely impair me a little bit.
So I think very quickly, because we're running quickly out of time, the strength for Valenwood would have to be the lore. The lore fascinates people. The Green Pact, the meat mandate, these kind of aspects of Valenwood, the Bosma, really, really fascinate people. We've had thousands of questions about the Green Pact, for example. And in terms of the weakness, it would have to be the fact that we're modding on Skyrim, simply because the forest of Valenwood is so very, very dense, and it's going to take all of our trickery and skill and collaboration with other teams to get it to look how we want it to look. So it's going to an exciting but daunting prospect.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for all of your insights into these respective modding projects. I think that's just about everything. So with that, we reach the end of Creation ModCon 2022. Please remember to subscribe to the channel and like this stream, as well as the previous ones. Check them out if you haven't already. And also make sure to check out the respective social medias of all the projects involved in ModCon, which you can find links to in the description. It really helps us grow this wonderful community and makes Skyrim modding the best it can be. So, thank you so much to everyone who helped bring this event to life. And of course, thank you to everyone watching from around the world. We'll see you later.